Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tardis zone. I done that real quick, didn't I? So I just finished a stream with Jason Scott. We did a bit of a UFO stream, and we are here now live on this channel. Well, I am anyway. We're gonna have Ian. So I better text Ian and actually let him know that we're ready to rock and roll. I hope you are all doing well. Happy weekend, I should say, because it is Friday, isn't it? Yeah. So happy weekend. He just sent me a text to say he's running late, but I'll just send him the invite anyway. So yeah, we were talking about UFOs over on Jason's channel. Very good. We showed a bit of footage as well. We talked about the moon. Stuff like that. We didn't really, have a limit on what we were talking about. We got some different topics out there. So do us a favor, guys, even after my stream, if you could pop onto Jason's channel, give him a sub, and actually watch the UFO stream and let us know what you think, because we're thinking, I'm not just doing it on obviously Jason's channel, obviously thinking of doing it here. What I'll do is, before we start anything, I see that some people have been waiting in the live chat, so it's only fair that I give a few of you a bit of a shout out. Thank you for joining me anyway. So we've got Mr. Fish. Welcome, Mr. Fish. We've got Gary. We've got Charlotte. We've got Gary, we've got Beam Me Up Lucas, and Unknown289, who was just across on the other stream. Welcome, my friend. Nice to have you here. So yes, you know what, after that stream now, I don't know what, because he asked me what we were going to be actually talking about tonight, and I was like, I don't really know now, because like we're at to be doing UFOs on here. So we'll wait until Ian comes on, but yeah, we did have a very interesting UFO chat, and I have to say it was. I enjoyed it. I do enjoy those sort of chats. We talked about the Black Knight satellite, or the Dark Knight satellite. We spoke about obviously the moon. We showed you a bit of footage of stuff in the sky, and I showed you a bit of footage of a world famous astronomer telling us that we actually have a second sun. Yeah, so there you go. Apparently we have a second sun that NASA keep from us. It's at a weird orbit that we can't actually see in the sky, but sometimes when they're big sun that we see beaming in the sky, apparently you can see it. And Max O'Mark says he saw a UFO when he was 7. Well, you know what? You should join me and Jason the next time we do a stream, and maybe you could fill us in on the details and the story of how that happened. That'll be very interesting. I better actually tell him link sent. There we go. So yeah, it was actually I actually quite enjoyed that stream tonight. So Unknown has put Jason's channel there, so go and check it out, guys. It was good. It was good. We have Garbage here. Welcome, Garbage, and we have Crystal. Daniel has also popped into the chat as well. Welcome, everybody. Now, so I suppose we might as well. I might as well see what Doctor Who news is floating around, as we do Doctor Who on this channel. So we'll have a look. Oh yeah, so Chibnall has opened his mouth again. And some of you, obviously, if you are on Twitter or Facebook, would have seen this article. I'll show you now. Hopefully now we don't have any problems like we had on Jason's stream with me doing this, because it annoys me. Right, there we go. Right, I think we might be okay. Right, let me see. Ted, that was the neighbor next door. That wasn't Mammy. Mammy is in bed. Right, so I'm going to show you this. And as I said, Chris Chibnall, because he's no imagination, of course, you know, this guy is just a...
Calling I before the show usually...
Get off. Right, as you can see there, Doctor Who boss reveals which classic characters he would love to bring back. Yes, this hack is not happy enough with just ripping off people's stories. He wants to bring back Doctor Who characters. The canon of Doctor Who was filled with amazing characters. Well, you don't give a shit about canon. Neither do you or Moffat, because you're a bunch of muppets. Doctor Who showrunner Chris Chibnall has discussed which classic characters he would like to bring back to meet Jodie Whittaker's Doctor. In an interview with ABC America, Chibnall named Sarah Jane Smith and Harry Sullivan. Okay, well, you're a bit of a tick there, aren't you? I would really love to bring back Sarah Jane, he said. People working on the show and now work with Liz Sladen, and everybody still remembers her so fondly and talks about her a lot. I would love to see her with the 13th Doctor, yeah, where most of the camera crew and the crew would probably ignore her, like they did with Tom Baker back in the day, even under Matt Smith's reign, which was disgusting, right? And this, and they were considered warm back then. This production team is cold. He added, I would love to bring back Harry Sullivan too, played by the wonderful Ian Marter from Tom Baker's fourth season. I would have loved to see Sarah and Harry nowadays check in with them. It is a credit to the actors. They are indelible in life and memories of those of many others. It is sad they are not with us anymore. Chibnall also named Ace, Tegan, Amy and Rory as characters he would wish to bring back. Well, I can understand why you want to bring back Karen Gillan, because her name and Arthur Duval's name now would actually pull in viewers. As for Ace, no thank you. As for Tegan, no offense, no thank you. And as for the other two, no thank you. And if I can actually vote no without having to sign in. Look at that. Did you see that? So all the Muppets that voted in this voted yes. So he wants to wreck them all. He wants, well, what's this now? Let me see. So that's pre-shop. So that's pre-order now, and they're selling it for 34. But look at the classic. Classic is more expensive. All right, and then you've got Series 11. It's only gone for 15 quid now. Look at that. Yeah. There's our stupid doll. Yeah, tenner. Nobody wants that crap. And there you go, lovely DVD there. Oh, look at that. That's amazing. Wow. Look at that. I'd actually pay that for that. Yeah, and that for that. And that. Yeah, who wants to buy that crap on DVD? And you know, I have to say, it looks crap there, but again, I've seen one of these up close, and they actually do look rather good. It's the Dalek pop, so it doesn't look as feminine as the one in the TV show. There, as you can see, the kind of stuff. Well, the screwdriver is 12 quid now, 13 quid now. There you go. There's our doll. How much is our figure going for? Oh, our figure is only going for 11, just under £11. There you go. Look, £11. Here, look at the Macra Tower. That's the 9.54 for that. Yeah. Now let's see. The Good Doctor, $8.99. Shop now. Will we see if this is? Hold on. We'll see if this is sold out. Will we? Right, so the sum's still available. Right. Yeah, well, I'm not paying that. I wouldn't pay that for that crap. Right, let's see. Let's see. Right, we'll check this. Russell T. So that's Rose. But I heard he's rewritten that. I don't know how true that is. There you go. You can see the kind of stuff that. And have you noticed most of the Whitaker stuff is the least expensive? Obviously, the macro terror is the exception to the rule there, but everything else that has Jodie Whitaker on it is cheaper than the rest of the stuff that you actually have there. So yeah, Chris Chibnall obviously wants to bring them back. We obviously had Moffat and Gazis come out and actually say the hell with canon, basically. I don't know what's happened with all these little traitors, but it's annoying me the way BBC now in the past couple of weeks, especially this week, because they've seen the amount of backlash. They've went into overdrive. They've called out the big guns, and they've also probably called in a few favors from some of the newspapers. Look at you can say all you want about this show being successful. It's not, and you need to open your eyes to that fact. Okay, that's the reality of the situation, and the sooner that you start actually thinking like that, the better chance you have of saving this show. If you continue down the same route that you're going down, especially under Chris Chibnall, you will not have an audience to keep this show going. Now, I don't know how many times we as fans have to tell you that this isn't working, and you're ignoring us. And and as I said earlier on earlier stream, people getting a little bit disheartened because Chris Chibnall apparently announced that he's staying. I don't care. BBC haven't announced he's staying, right? There's an end of series review happening, and can happen, right? And if people, I have a campaign, as you know, and people have been doing it, and whether you think it will work or not, what I've been asking people to do it, and it's scrolling down at the bottom of the screen there. Don't forget to email the BBC with complaints about the series. Okay. Now, BBC are dealing, as I have said, with a large number of complaints, and they still haven't gotten back to me or others yet. They have gotten back to some. Now, they will give you a generic response, but the interesting thing is they do say that the complaints will be the producers of the show will be notified that there's complaints. So all I just want you to do, even if you don't believe in it, right, and you think it won't work, because that has been the attitude of Doctor Who fans for the last couple of years. It's no point in complaining, won't get us anywhere. Even if you feel like that, just take a leap of faith with me for this one time, and just compose an email. It'll take you a few minutes of your time, and just send in the complaint to the BBC. If one of me moderators could actually put the BBC complaints, and do us a favor, every time I'm live, I would like you to throw that up as much as possible. I want people emailing. There's 47 of you beautiful people watching me right now or listening to me right now. That's 47 more emails we could send into the BBC. Even if you sent one in, send another one in, right? Daniel is at the sending in several. There's a couple of people are at the sending in several. It doesn't matter. Once you stick to the points and the points that you want to make, right? And as I said, forget about the gender and all this box tick nonsense, right? Don't bring that up. Talk about the writing of the show, how poor it is, and the preachy nature of the show, and give examples. Yeah, always give examples, because then it makes it harder for them to dismiss it. Do you know what I mean? So even if you think this isn't going to work and it's a waste of time, I'm just asking you to have a little bit of faith with me. And for the next couple of weeks, and obviously till the finale, and then after the finale, then obviously there's going to be a bit of a fallout, and God knows what Chibnall has done, right? For the next couple of weeks, then after that, just keep sending in emails until till it's time to stop. Basically, we'll know when it's time to stop. But I want you to have a little bit of faith. Look, if the show is gonna go down, well then I just want to say this. I want us to go down fighting with the show and to show that we actually gave a shit, right? We've complained for 2 years, and fair enough, there's not much we could have done, but BBC are as vulnerable as they've ever been. We've got Boris's government going after them over the license fee. They've been slated by Ofcom, as I said, and they didn't actually anticipate the reaction that they got over Graham's dismissal in the pathetic cancer scene that they had in Doctor Who, because they're clueless idiots and they actually don't have the pulse of the nation, and they actually don't know that people, they do know people have suffered. They just don't give a shit. This is an organization, as I said, that has been fraught with cover up. We won't get into the same old arguments, but it is an organization that has been fraught with cover ups. So, it's going to take a lot for them to say that they're wrong. But at the end of the day, look, as Stephen said, I think you're a battler and all. I am. And I'm not going to stop. Look, as I said, I mightn't get anywhere with this. The J-bots are probably laughing at me right now. I don't care. The thing about it is that we haven't done anything. We've complained a lot to them. We've complained a lot on the BBC forums, but we've actually never directly contacted the BBC. Well, I have a few times myself personally, but I've never tried to do it at this larger scale. And, as I said, when the other YouTubers, when I finally have confirmation that the rest are on board, Ballstrek is on board. I've already asked a couple of other YouTubers. They're on board. I just need a few more, and then use guys on Facebook. When I go live, I want you guys then on that night. Then I'll be letting you know what's happening in the episodes. If you aren't watching live, compose your emails. I'm not willing to just sit back and not go down without a fight, and that's the attitude we should all have. I mean, look at 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And we'll see what we could do. Lauren with a £2 super chat says, "No, I am a big gay man." Good for you. Good for you. And I'm a clumsy, straight idiot. Good for you. And if you're happy, fair play. The thing about it is, you probably unlike the BBC, don't go around hammering people across the head with your sexuality or what you do in your private life. Just like me, we get on with it. I did the parades. Fair play to you. Yeah, we get it. We in this country, obviously, as I said, Ireland, they passed the country overwhelmingly voted for same-sex marriages in this country. This country has come a long way in 20 years. They call it a youthful revolution, but this country, Ireland, was already on the change. It's just there's less of the older generation, if you get me. My generation are starting to get older now, and we're more open. We're more open to the universal earth where everybody is happy. People criticize the older generation. You should never criticize the older generation. They're all brought up at different times. They have their beliefs and they're stuck in those beliefs. The problem is that we live in this society where you're not allowed keep those beliefs. You're forced to change, and you can't force, especially the older generation. Anyway. But I seen something yesterday, because thanks, Lauren, because this brings me up to something that I seen on Twitter, And Daniel's probably seen it, and a couple of other people have probably seen it because my response was, just get a haircut, you dipshit. Right. So, BBC Social. So, it must be another wing at the BBC, and they do youth documentaries for the LGBTQ plus or whatever it is now, all those letters, right? I don't care, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? And they're talking to this guy, but he identifies as non-binary. Now, listen, if I'm gonna be out straight here, when it comes to all these different terms, binary, non-binary, and all these other terms, I haven't got a clue what they're on about. But apparently, he identifies as non-binary, which means, if I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong here, he doesn't identify either as male or female. So he thinks society. See now, his problem is that when he goes for a haircut, oh sorry, I'm misgendering him now. I'm like, so what should I say in that case? Right. So this non-binary human, young human, who happens to have male appendages, says he can't go into her hair. Oh no, that social constructs have made it difficult for him to get a haircut because they only do male and female haircuts. And as I said, my response was, just go in and get your haircut, you dipshit. Because all you just have to do is go into the hairdressers or the barbers, and anybody that knows about getting their haircut, which clearly you haven't had much experience at, they will ask you, how would you like your hair? So this crap about social construct and how difficult it is about to get your haircut is a load of my arse. It's just another way for you to have something just to have it in there because you are a bunch of idiots, right? Just go into the hairdresser if you want to go into a hairdresser, or go into a barber and say, right, this is what I want you to do to me hair, right? Okay, all this bloody thing. Oh, I can't socially handle it because I can't go into a hairdresser or a barber because the social construct. They have unisex as well. Oh, gee, get away. See, we're getting on into all this thing, right? Haircut, right? Haircut. Yeah, and you know what? I was reading the comments and people were like, right, and even celebrities. Yeah, you need a therapist. No, he needs more than a therapist. Right, all these people, right, that think like that, right? We should find them an island, right? Okay, and I'm serious about this, by the way, and this isn't that bad, just in case anybody thinks that I'm gonna say something bad here, right? Like, for example, drop a bomb on them all and that'll be the end of that, right? Not gonna say that. But if they're so determined to live their lives the way they want to live their lives, right, and the rest of society won't conform to the way these few people want, well, why don't you just fuck off to an island somewhere, set up your own society, right? And then you can get in people that can cut your hair that doesn't make it socially awkward for you. You can identify as a sheep or a tree or whatever you bloody want, right? And you can get on with it like the rest of us, yeah? And leave the rest of us alone to get on with their sane lives. Go and get a haircut, you dipshit. If you can't get a haircut, go and get a therapist. If not, move to an island somewhere and leave the rest of us alone. Socially awkward to have a haircut because you identify as non-binary. Go and kiss my arse. Jesus Christ. There's times where I've needed an emergency haircut myself, right? And there's been no barber around. So I've had to go into a hairdressers that mostly do women's hair, but they do men's hair if you ask them. So I went into one of those places for a haircut. I wasn't socially feckin' awkward or whatever. I got the bloody haircut, right? See, this is what's wrong with this generation. The least little bloody thing upsets them, right? And it becomes this whole bloody thing. And then they talk about killing themselves and all this crap. Jesus Christ, what have we done with our youth? What have we allowed our youth to become? Then I see a journalist having a pop at South Park and calling people that actually watch South Park trolls, and that it's South Park's fault that we have trolls. No, it's bad parenting, right? because the parents weren't looking after their kids and raising their kids bloody properly. It's like that other woman that put up, or here's a guide for you men not to rape women. Here's a 10-step guide, right? You won't need a 10-step guide if you raise your son properly and you raise him to respect women. All right, some men out there, like some women out there, are just evil fuckers and will do bad things, but it's a small minority. The rest of us men don't go around thinking about sex 24/7 or think about raping women. So we don't need no self-help guide. How dare you? See, the problem is with these people, right? And it was a woman that put it up, and she looked like she was in her mid-50s. This is the problem. A woman like her probably had one bad relationship and turned her against men completely, and now she hates us all, and we're all a bunch of vile bastards. Idiots. And there's another £2 super chat from Lauren. Says, we all love you, you massive idiot. Thank you very much, Oliver. Thank you. But you get me. I mean, like it's ridiculous. There's more important things to be worrying about, and all this social construct bollocks that they come up with. That it's nonsense. It's nonsense. It's just a way so they can get their ideology across and their reality of things, grasp of things, and they know it's insane, but they try and make it sane by trying to make the rest of us as insane as them. Well, I'm sorry. I've got my own independent thought. I don't get freaked out when I'm going to get a haircut. I don't give a crap about social constructs. It's never bleeding bothered me, right? I don't go around preaching that I'm a straight man and that I'm married all the time and that I prefer women over men or whatever it is, right? I don't go around to say I identify as a tree. Now, I get on with it, right? I get on with it. It's as simple as that. If you can't get on with it and you can't handle life, well, then maybe you should be on an island with the rest of you, and maybe then you might be able to coexist together in your own little miserable little world. Because that's what it would be. It'd be a miserable existence because you'd be all in your safe spaces. You'd be all afraid to bleed and insult one another. What kind of bloody society would that be? Right? And that's not the society that I want to be in. I want to be in a society where you can upset people, where you can make people laugh, where you can tell a joke and it doesn't offend someone, where I can go get a haircut and it doesn't offend the person that I'm sitting beside because I might have something out of place that they don't like. This is the way we're going. Idiots, I swear. Stephen Cassidy, Super John, Thomas Diamaron, and Charlotte are all here. Crystal is here as well. Garbage, welcome. And me moderator Chris is also here as well with the other lads. Welcome. And the Thin King is here. Welcome, guys. Welcome. I don't know what you guys actually think, but I just think it's getting too much. I mean, it's leaking into TV programs, and this is why I bring it to. That's why I brought it up, because it brings it to Doctor Who. All of this kind of ideology then is seeping into TV shows, and then we're being fed this shit, and then our kids are being fed this shit, and then they wonder why kids are pussies nowadays. You know, could you imagine, right? Think of this, right? Could you imagine a younger version of yourself, right? Right, back at the way you were, right? Today, they'd pump you full of drugs. You would have every ADHD and all the every letters you can think of under the sun, and you'd be this, that, and the other. That's what they've done to kids. They've pussyfied kids. They don't want even kids to act out anymore, right? Kids have safe spaces and all this. Right? It's a load of crap. Everybody gets a participation medal. When I was growing up as a kid, 4th, 2nd, and 3rd got a medal. If you came last, you were a loser. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, idiots out there, all you idiots that poison their kids, whether you like it or not, the facts of life are that life is hard. And you're going to win some and you're going to lose some. You're going to fall in love. You're gonna hate, right? It's part of life, right? You're gonna have ups, you're gonna have downs, right? But what you're doing is you're telling kids that everything's gonna be all right, everything's gonna be handed to you. And by the way, you don't have to take responsibility for your actions because someone else will, or we'll just blame someone else. And Jump Top with a £5 super chat says, I have sent an email praising this era. The BBC will never listen to you lot. Thank you. You sent an email. Hold on. I sent an email praising this era. The BBC will never listen to you lot. I don't know if you're joking, but the fact that you sent me a £5 super chat just to say that, thank you, I appreciate it. But they're not going to listen to you either. But here's the thing. That's the thing. I think you are messing. I don't know if you are messing or not, but if you are messing, I mean, that is the attitude that has gotten us in the state that we're in now. People saying, BBC's never going to listen to you. That's why we're here now, BBC, because the attitude of fans, if fans had a different attitude. I think he is messing, isn't he? He is messing, isn't he? And he sent me a five. He is, yeah. £5. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that super chat, by the way. You are funny, man. Oh, sorry. I don't even know if you're a man or a woman because it's Jump Top. So I won't misgender you because I might get sued or something. Because that's how stupid it is. Like, Like it is. It's ridiculous. I don't know about you guys. Don't know. I just think we've lost it. We've lost it. Society has just lost the plot. I mean, if you could imagine your younger self and the way you acted back then, the way we were growing up, the way we were brought up, if we still had those very same principles and we were kids today, we would be screwed. Or we would actually be the most powerful kids on the planet because the rest are all pussyfied. We would look like gangsters to them. And now, you've probably had enough of me talking for half an hour, ranting and raving. So I'm going to bring on my very special guest. And you all know him. And for anybody that doesn't and is new to the channel, he is the two-time world record holder of the most Doctor Who merchandise. And the J-Bots have called this man a fake fan, believe it or not. I present to you Ian O'Brien.
Hello.
How are you? And hold on, I just want to read out that super chat real quick. We got another super chat there. Jump Top says, Doctor Who has always been educational. Well, it was up until a point, and then when the Daleks came along, that actually changed everything. But that, again, that's a whole big debate, another debate we could have. I think we've had these debates before, especially during Series 11. Doctor Who, yes, has been educational in the past, but if you look at the way they have done it, to the way they're doing it today, they did it better in the day. And that's just a simple answer. They just did it better back in the day, and they understood the subject that they were actually trying to actually highlight. Whereas if you see Chris Chibnall, when he highlights brain cancer, for example, and then you get to that scene with the doctor, it wasn't handled properly. You even look at his handling of the mental health issues actually in the episode as well. I mean, Ryan's mate, did you all know that Ryan's mate was depressed before this episode? Because I didn't see. You're supposed to do something called character building, character development, which none of them got. Even Yaz, still to this day, her character development is very, very poor. And to make out that she was bullied from someone that was bullied, i.e. me, I was bullied in school, I could tell you now, her character did not click with me in any way because not for 1 second did I believe that she was bullied. So that's Chris Chibnall's fault because that's his job. He's supposed to use these characters, right? Every character that's put in the show is going to resonate with someone, right? Now, Yaz should resonate to me because she was obviously according to Chris Chibnall and his lack of character development. But we'll just say she's supposed to be bullied, right? So I should resonate with her because I was bullied in the past. So I should get where she's coming from. But I don't because there was no character development. There was no lead up to that. A couple of sentences to say you are bullied and then no context then after that is not character development. And that's just where I stand. I don't know about you, Ian. I mean, like if you're going to be doing something like that, I think you need to do the groundwork before you even
Of
attempt.
course,
Yeah,
of course to do. I mean, I don't know. It's well, what is the name? I tell you what, something else I thought you were going to mention there, but about Ryan. Now he has supposed to have a disability, dyspraxia.
yeah.
Seems to have been forgotten.
Of course I has. Yeah, sure. Remember, what was it? Jordan Series 11 that disappeared. So remember, he thought he was doing Call of Duty, picked up a gun and started doing somersaults. And sure, he'd been playing basketball as well. In this series, Jump Top says, I think Jump Top is just taking the pee. Anyway, the £2 super chat says, my father will never complain.
One
Well,
thing, you know, Trump said about educational has for me been educational, but like I said about what's the difference between then and now, now it bores the pants off me. And it was entertaining. It didn't bore you. You could look, it went, it was with the story, you know, like tagged on or part of the story. The best one done it. Of course, they put the sci-fi twist on it, but still, I made this reference before on the chat. Earthshock. After they have that round the Tardis with Adric and that, and he lands in the cave, and Egan and Nissa and the Doctor looking around, and he talks about all the fossils, and Doctor says, you know, that's the remainder of the dinosaurs, and he often meant to pop back to find out what happened because Earth collided with something, a meteorite or something. But of course, they changed it around. It collided with the freighter with Adric on board. But still, I learned in that episode that the dinosaurs were wiped out by a meteor hitting Earth.
exactly.
That didn't bore the pants. I mean, the Green Death was a very good story for the time on the environment, and still very appropriate. But it didn't bore the pants off you, including Invasion of the Dinosaurs, even Terror of the Zygons. Fourth Doctor says to the Brigadier, "It's time you stop relying on I forget the exact words, oil, and now the use of hydrogen." He says. And we're now, learning we're overusing oil. We're over reliant on oil. So then, simple small lines, small sentences can speak volumes. And never pointing your pants up about birds becoming plastic or whatever shit.
Exactly, that's what I mean. It's the dialogue as well. The dialogue is not convincing, and if the dialogue is not convincing, then I mean, you're not. Yeah, how are you supposed? You're not going to sell me the story, and that's the point. These people, I just have no emotional attachment to, and in fairness, Yaz, that storyline, in fairness though, it should have resonated with me because I was bullied myself. And Chris said something in the comments there, which does sound harsh, but because we're the generation, to this generation, it'd be harsh, but it's not. It's actually true. You're spot on, mate. Where was that comment? He said it was something about there. Who wasn't bullied? It's part of growing up. The point was to stand up for oneself. Exactly. And that's how you learned your life skills. These things are unfortunate. Now, I will say there is a horrible video going around of a 9-year-old wanting to commit suicide. He suffers from dwarfism. Yeah. And he's being bullied in school. And he's obviously in the car and his mother is filming him and he's rather crying and he's thinking of committing suicide. But again, it's the same thing with me though. Yes, the whole point was to stand up for yourself. But in cases like that, that's where you should be intervening. That's where the schools could get into trouble. That poor boy, little 9-year-old. Imagine 9 years of age saying you want to end your life because you're bullied, because people won't leave you alone, because you happen to be different. And it's wrong. And you look at all this trolling business that's been going on lately as well. It's just Caroline Flack dying, committing suicide because of trolls and the media hounding her and stuff. I mean, it has to stop. It happens in the Doctor Who fandom. I mean, I spoke about that's why I had another rant again today because been playing on my mind. You're gonna come after me and accuse me of stuff. I'm gonna defend myself, and the way, especially with what happened with Caroline Flack, to be going and sending petitions to people when this kind of shit is going on is insane. Anyway, we have another guest to join us as well. Actually, so you all know, he obviously has been busy himself lately, doing very well on his channel. Caught up with his interview last night. I left a comment as well, Daniel. I don't know if you noticed, but left a comment as well. He actually, do you know what, Daniel? Fair play. You're a better interviewer than me, anyway. So here's Daniel.
Hey guys, and no, I haven't seen the comment yet. I've been busy doing the behind the scenes chat that you instructed me to do,
Good
and
man.
and I also and I also done a stream on the campaign as well, so I streamed it as well for an hour this afternoon. So how are you guys doing?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm not too bad. Ian's just joined us as well. So we'll stay on for as long as you two guys can stay on for because
Yeah,
I've actually been streaming all day. If you look,
yeah,
Yes, you were
I
on earlier.
I was on earlier, then I did the stream with Jason, and now I'm doing this one. My voice is starting to sound a bit, and I have to save it for the week.
alright.
She says, well, no, yeah, well, I've got a stream tomorrow with Rabbi. We're doing Picard again.
Yeah, pick up.
I've got
Oh,
the ready to
oh,
go.
interesting fact about Picard. You might want to get if I use who are interviewed one night to chat about Picard because he's got his own podcast.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. But it's on Rabbi's channel, so maybe you could do it yourself. Get the two of them in contact on
Yeah,
like you did with me and Matrix Lord, and maybe try set something up there. I tried to get you an interview at Wingy Media. I don't
yeah.
know. Did he get in contact with you? No.
Not as of not as of yet, but thank you for the thank you for the cheap basically, but he's not getting in contact with me yet because I seen the other day that he's started doing some big finish
Yeah, he's
stuff
doing
as
big.
well.
Yeah, because he doesn't do the main show anymore. It's
Yeah,
actually sad. He used to review the show, even series up until series 10, I think it was, and then as soon I remember he did his Jodie Whittaker reveal video.
yeah,
He ended up having to take that down. That was the first sign that everything was going to go to shit. Because
yeah,
as you know yourself, Wingy Media is one of the nicest. I mean, he was
yeah,
he was look at I'll be out straight here, and I think I've told loads of people he was one of the very first YouTubers on Doctor Who that I listened to was Wingy Media. Then I found Bolstrek then shortly after. But Wingy Media, I used to watch all these videos all the time. I even
yeah, I'm the same.
Cheryl a few of his videos as well. He's very knowledgeable. Tom Baker's his favorite doctor, and it just
Yeah,
breaks me heart that someone like him doesn't
and
even acknowledge
and
the show anymore, really.
and
Unless
see to be honest, it'd actually be kind of cool to get him on my channel because like he's the same age as me basically,
exactly,
and both and we both prefer classic Who, and we're both just starting to review big animations with But I'll get in contact with
Yeah.
myself.
Jump,
And we'll sort it out.
Jump Top with a £2 super chat says, "You know who I am. You
I
are
know.
whatever you say you are. If you wasn't, then why would you say you were?" See? Ha! I'm only messing. That was me attempting to do a bit of Eminem badly. So Ian, have you
I found
anything
something. Yeah.
interesting to show us this week?
Just remembered it. I'm in the bedroom tonight. I can't be asked to sit on the sofa.
No problem. But
look at this. This is from what year? This is 1984. Royal Albert from China. This is one of the few I got, and it's look.
Right. Oh wow, that is amazing.
That will always be the first Doctor. No one else.
Oh, that is so cool.
Oh, by the way, that reminds me, because thanks for bringing that up, Ian. I actually have a theory why everybody can get their knickers untwisted. What have I right? I don't know if I should do it tonight because I wanted to kind of do it as a separate stream. I've actually made a little slideshow video. Kind of makes sense, but doesn't make sense because this theory is kind of all over the place. But I'll kind of give you the general gist of the trailer. So we bring you back to Peter Capaldi's regeneration.
Yeah.
Right? Now, do you remember all the articles? And we saw the regenerate, and Moffat was saying this was going to be the most explosive regeneration. And the TARDIS did, let's be honest, it did explode quite a lot. Right. So here's my theory. Jodie Whittaker and Ruth, and possibly rumored to be the Doctor, Julie Graham, aren't just the Doctor, but are the same person. Now, not the same Doctor from a parallel universe, right? They are the same person. They are basically pieces of a jigsaw puzzle to make a full piece. Now, how did I get to that? Well, there's a couple of things. If you remember, now I can't pronounce the episode properly, but I'll try. Yeah, now that's what I call it, right? That's the name of my theory, the Castellova effect, right? Guys are probably wondering why, right? BBC America put up a photograph recently and asked what's behind this door, and I wrote up the zero room, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you why I've came to the conclusion that not only is he not going to break canon, but this has been the big mindfuck that he's been talking about. That he said he was going to do things that fans don't expect, and I'll tell you why I think it's this. Right. So Peter Capaldi's regeneration, right? Something went wrong. The TARDIS started exploding, and then he regenerated into Jodie Whittaker. Now remember, the Doctor has never regenerated into a woman before, right? Now, if you remember that episode that we spoke about with Peter Davison, you will see that his regeneration went wrong and they have to bring him into the
zero room.
Now, he explains what the zero room is about. So basically, the zero room repairs the Doctor's synapses, electrical brainwaves, stuff like that, right?
No interface.
So, now, hear me out. What if Jordan, the regeneration, the TARDIS exploded, ripped open the heart of the TARDIS. The heart of the TARDIS obviously is alive, as we know. Sensed that the Doctor's regeneration had gone wrong. Now, I haven't figured out how the TARDIS has done this, but the TARDIS has basically saved the Doctor by basically putting the Doctor's synapses in other people. This is why we have these chameleon arcs. It hits away in chameleon arcs, right? Now, Jodie is the Doctor, right? She is the Doctor, but she's not complete, if you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And this whole story arc, this whole theory is based on that they're not actually different Doctors from there. And the reason why Chris Chibnall has made it clear that she is from this universe and not a parallel universe Doctor is because they're the same person. They're not. It's not a different version of Jodie Whittaker's Doctor. It's just a different part. It's a different synapse.
Right, I get you.
The synapses is, it's kind of like the Donna Noble effect where she was the Doctor.
Yeah.
Basically, Ruth is a version of the Doctor, but she's not really the Doctor, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like, right,
Yeah.
so Terry back Jordan in Series 11, and this is where it all clicked. I remember watching the Haunting, that last episode, and when we
Yep.
had that episode, and it reminded me of the different levels, right? It reminded me of that weird episode, right? So that's when I start clicking. Maybe that's where he's going with this, because this seemed peculiar the way this was done. So I start going back and looking at things that were said, and I think this is where he's going with this. I don't actually think everybody thinks that Ruth's Doctor fits in somewhere in this timeline. No, she doesn't. She's the exact same person. They're the same Doctor. They're the same person. The synapses, the brain waves, the patterns. Remember, Jodie Whittaker's Doctor's been doing a lot of mind shit in this one, right? And remember, Ruth. Everybody said Ruth's Doctor was a bit sassy, had a bit of a personality, a bit like a hard Doctor. Jodie Whittaker, if you look at her Doctor and if you actually break it down, she doesn't act like an old Doctor or like any other Doctor that we've had before. So this is where this theory has come along. So this Julie one is probably another piece of the puzzle. And if you are asking, well, how does that tie into the Master saying, well, what you've been told is a lie? Well, I think, as we were previously told on this channel, I actually think that Sasha is the Doctor, and that Judy and the Ruth and Julie are actually the imposters. They have his synapses, and they need to get them back into him, and he has, or whatever. I don't know. I just haven't figured out. But can you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah. So basically, the master's consciousness is within Sasha, but he's actually supposed to be the Doctor.
Yeah. And the other three women, right? Because everybody's been saying, oh, female. There's no female regeneration cycle.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's the same regeneration cycle. The brain synapses have just been removed from the Doctor's original body and have been into these three bodies. Or maybe Jodie Whittaker's Doctor is the original body, but something went wrong during that regeneration that set this up. There's chameleon arcs all over the place and all in this series, right? I'm telling you now, she is not in somewhere. This is not season 6B or whatever, wherever the theory B is, right? This isn't this. It's the same Doctor. It's just different pieces of the Doctor. There was a rumor during Series 11, right, that this was supposed to be the storyline, that Jodie Whittaker regenerate, but she wasn't complete because it was so traumatic for the Doctor's body that something happened, and say parts of the Doctor were distributed around. I don't. It's a hard. I know I'm not explaining properly because I'm not good at explaining these things. But I think if people are knowledgeable enough, they'll know what I'm trying to actually say.
Yeah.
Jodie that needs to be put back together, and she has to find her missing parts, and that's why the Doctor's the first part of that part, and Julie might be the second part of that part of the jigsaw puzzle. So
I can kind of
have, what I'm trying to say is, make it simpler. They've all got a piece of the Doctor's consciousness or electrical brain waves, right? Because I'm telling you now, it's got something to do with the Zero Realm. I've got a funny feeling, and I don't think that Chris Chibnall is actually going to do fuck cannon up. He did say, and there's a few interesting things that he has said. Now, I know he does lie, but there is things that he has said that actually make this make sense. He said that fans are going to think it's this, but it's going to be something completely that they least expect. So everybody thinks he's going to break canon. And if you remember, Chibnall and all, they're all coming out talking about canon and saying how canon doesn't really matter anymore all of a sudden. This is all smoke and mirrors, man, to get us angry, right? So when the finale happens and he pulls this rabbit out of the hat, we all go, oh, wow, I didn't see that coming. And we're supposed to take that. That's his big plan.
Yeah.
Well, Noel and Daniel, somebody said something. Explain it better. Castrovalva. Armogen, if I pronounce his name right, mentioned City of Death. Now I don't know if you remember that one, the Tom Baker one, where Scaros was this alien, and at last the Jagras. He tries to take off in his ship. What happens? It explodes. He is fragmented throughout all of time.
Mm-hmm.
He's still the same person, but he hears his other self calling him.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, that would be a better analogy to put it.
Yeah.
Now, Chris is at to bringing up something interesting. Well, Chris, what I was told is that all masters will be missies, so that would fit in with the rumor. You would be right. It means that one of them would be actually the master, Missy, and what I've been told is that it's actually Jodie Whittaker. Jodie Whittaker is actually
that's did you get? I mean, that's what I was going to ask you. So, like, that would actually make sense. So, because if you think, because if you think about it, you're not sure what happened to Michelle Gomez's master. All that's still to be tied up and explained.
Well, he might. I don't know. I know what you're saying, Noel and Daniel, but when this Chibnall, I don't know, because I said this the other day on Twitter. In the next 2 hours it is, assuming they're an hour long, you've got the Timeless Child, you've got Ruth and the Master and the Cybermen all in, which is a bit an overload. I mean, the 5 Doctors worked, but this is too much. And whether I said, and people don't think Chibnall could pull it off. I mean, Chibnall's also hinted that might not get all the reveal, and he might hold it over to the next series. And I pointed out, well, Moffat tried that, and it's kind of backfired. I mean, the audience is lower than Series 10. To do that, I think this would be very risky unless he was banking on high viewing figures. Because if he does hold, say, Dr. Ruth over to another series, you're going to have.
Well, here's the thing: if this is his plan and he is doing this is radical and he is right. He's played with canon and he hasn't actually messed with canon. But why you know what I mean? But why be as divisive as the way he has been for the last 2 years? Why make it out? Because this is what he is making out. He's making out that he is destroying canon. Why would he want to do? See, this is what I can't understand. That will turn viewers off, Chibnall. If this is your plan, I'm not saying your theory is right.
Turn off the Jodie bots because they're all lapping it up and that, and they don't care about canon. Including one friend of mine who had a complete
turnaround to him. So you mean to tell me that they're more important to him right now than the actual fans?
Yeah. No, because I think because a friend of mine who's how old is he? About 37, 38, I think he is. He said to me on the 10th of February, he texted me, he says, Chibnall needs to go. Now he's changed his tune. I said to him, I quoted to him yesterday, I said to him, look, you told me a few weeks ago Chibnall needs to go. Well, that's what he's done with the character of the Doctor, but he doesn't care about whether Ruth is an early Doctor and that. I'm thinking,
John Pop, £2 super chat says, I am Doctor 14 Blu-ray reviews. Well, that actually surprises me there now that you'd actually be giving me money when you've accused me of being all sorts. But I do appreciate it. But I mean, you set up a new account. Just I don't know. But listen, thanks for the £2 super chat. But if you're gonna behave yourself, fine. Then I won't block you this time if you behave yourself. But you were blocked the last time because you didn't behave yourself. But I find that a bit weird because you've been stalking me and now you're sending me money.
In a minute, Noel. I'm just going to find you some goodies to show you.
Grand.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant.
We'll see what happens. That's just my theory anyway. It was just after I watched that episode and I watched and something just clicked into me head and all these ideas came flooding into me Now, the timeless child is something that I'm still trying to factor into this whole theory, and I've come up with a couple, but they're a bit way over the top. The first one is that the timeless child is actually the one that actually saved Jodie Whittaker, because the timeless child, pieces of the timeless child, or the TARDIS's power is somehow connected to the timeless child. Listen, one thing is for certain: the TARDIS threw Jodie Whittaker out during Series 11. It was never explained, right? And we all used to have a joke and a laugh about, look, the TARDIS. That was done deliberately. It was done deliberately. The TARDIS threw her out to save her. I reckon the heart of the TARDIS during that explosion, because remember, we didn't get to see the TARDIS then for a while. So where did the TARDIS go before it ended up on that planet? Did we ever actually figure out where the TARDIS was actually?
I have kind of a theory, to be honest with you know. See, during like the time we have the TARDIS Babu and Jodie were because out of it. Well, basically, I think the TARDIS, but easily went back to Gallifrey before Sasha destroyed Gallifrey.
So yeah, I don't know. I was thinking that myself. But then I was thinking, but when the TARDIS is in an emergency, like the Doctor does say, and it's close to the Earth, it's actually, you know, its coordinates, it actually makes it go to Earth. See, I don't think that I don't think we ever got an explanation. See, again, I don't want to watch Series 11, but I'd have to watch it to probably bleed and try figure this out. But I'm telling you now, something happened during that regeneration, and I've always said that anyway. Even during Series 11, when I seen that scene, I even said it. Something went wrong, because even then, when the woman who fell to Earth, when she's in the flat and she gets up, she's holding her head and all, she's screaming. The regeneration's gone wrong, like David Tennant, but David Tennant needed a cup of tea for his one. But in the old Who, when a regeneration went wrong, zero room. Right?
Yeah.
This is why I think, because Chris Chibnall seems to be fascinated with the classic era and actually trying to straighten out the classic era for some weird reason. And the zero room would be one of these. And I've always said, I always wondered why RTD didn't incorporate the zero room into New Who. I wanted them to do that. So, you know, Chibnall is doing this fine, but Jesus Christ, mate, you're too serious to get to this point.
But at the same time, though, like, I don't get why they had to basically slice and dice the fandom up into the two sides.
That's what I mean. That's what I don't get. Why would you do all that just to bleed and split the fandom if you're turning out that you've pulled the wool over everybody's eyes? And so I honestly do believe he's not gonna. I don't know, because it just popped into me head, and I'm so confident that this is what he's going to do. He's going to do something like this. I mightn't have the theory fully spot on, but I do know that there's that Jodie's Doctor, if she is the Doctor, is not complete. Or Sasha, if he's the Doctor, then we know he's not complete because he's obviously the Master. But you get what I'm trying to say. The Doctor is not complete. And this was a rumor that was going around during Series 11 before it even aired, that this was going to be the whole premise of the show, that the regeneration was so traumatic, right? Because we see the TARDIS blow up, right? This one was because the first time the Doctor has actually regenerated into a woman. And maybe he is playing on that idea, and maybe that's where this storyline has come from. Now, I'm probably grasping at straws, and because I'm probably slightly more intelligent than Chibnall, even though I don't get it across quite that well. You know, if I was actually there and I was behind the camera, I'd be able to direct people how I wanted it to be done. But that's what I would do if I wanted to introduce, say, other doctors, but they're not really the doctor. You know what I mean? Just play around with it, but not actually do it. So I don't know what you guys think about that theory and the live comments there. If you would like to throw me an owl message there, let me know what you actually think of me theory.
Do
you think it's stupid? Because at first, I have to say, when I was thinking about it, I even went to Cheryl Daniel, right? And I said, Cheryl, I need to throw this theory past you. And she goes, what are you throwing the theory past me? Just do what you do. I says, no. I says, because I don't want to come across as stupid, because you know me, I'm trying to make a point, but I mightn't be actually, getting the point across, but not getting it across the way I should be. So I explained the theory to her, and she goes, no, that actually does make sense. Go and tell everybody. So here I am now. I was going to
but see if it's a similar, see if it's a really similar to what you're saying or suggesting. Sorry, right? He's still got to find a way to explain it like a hearing way so that it makes sense.
Sure, I think that's what he's going to do. I think he's going to address the whole gender. Yeah, I think he is going to address the gender change. I think this is the whole reason for this storyline. I think he is. I'm not going to say that Jodie Whittaker's regeneration is a one-off, but he's probably playing around with it, whereas this was probably a kind of a freak thing to happen, but it can't be changed sort of thing. But there's definitely, I don't know, there was just something about do you know what? It was just something about last week's episode, and I didn't want to say that during the panel, but there was something egging at me for the past week. And then I'm not messing, literally 2 nights ago, I'm sitting on that sofa, and something popped up on Twitter. That tweet popped up on Twitter by BBC America. And then next of all, I don't know what it was. This is what it must feel like for writers. But I just got this sudden burst of information going through my head, and I start writing shit down. And then I was like, oh. And then I was coming out with different branches to the theory to try and explain it. I went into more detail, but I thought, can't see, he's not that deep. Exactly, that's the thing. And Ian said the same thing. But maybe he is, and he's been fooling us all. See, this is another thing as well. But for me, that reminded me, that scene in that episode where he's in the zero room and he talks about his dentries. That's what he calls them, dentries, the synapses, the connections, the radio receivers. During the regeneration, if they're damaged, the doctor is more vulnerable. And remember, Peter Capaldi's doctor was regenerating already, and he was refusing to regenerate as well. We've never taken that into account either. So I'm telling you, there's something more to that regeneration scene, and he's basically doing something that I think fans think he's going to destroy canon, but I actually think if this theory of mine, or if some of it is even correct, he's not actually going to do that at all, and he's been for the last 2 years.
And so Gary, let's get a question for me. My favorite Doctor Who story at the moment is the 6th October, the last adventure, Big Finish, Odd Tales. It's just fantastic. So, if you haven't listened to that, Ari and Owen actually listen to that set. There's and because it's a Alvin Baker regeneration story, and there's 4 individual stories within it. So
Yeah.
if you haven't checked that out, get eyes in the chat or get eyes in the panel, please do so. And I've actually gave it a review. I've actually gave it a review up in the channel, so you might want to scroll through the channel to actually hear my thoughts on it as well.
CJ Campbell 37 has a question for Ian, and he says, Ian, was there a character or prop from the classic era series that you'd really liked to have seen merchandised but never was? That's a good question. Wow.
There is there's so many things to think about. Well, there is just one thing. It's not. It's one thing that I have wanted, and I've told the character options as well, but they won't do it yet. Well, that's why they won't do it. Nothing major, but it's one character, and I do think they should have done. They did him in a suit, but not the right one. It's the Anthony Ainley Master. I have longed for that for years because they've done him in suit and tie from Planet of Fire. But in reality, if you've watched the story, it's the robot companion comedian transformed himself into look like the Master. So basically, he's still Chameleon Master. It was a cheap one to do because all they did make the head and stick it on a Johnson body. I wanted to see the Master in that outfit. You know that also some people called it the penguin outfit. I've always wanted to see him in that outfit, and 3 companions as well. I know there's tons of companions I'd like to see, but the main 3 is when I was getting to Who at that stage is Tegan, Nyssa, and Adric. Those 4 figures I would love to have. I mean, they won't be doing an Ainley Master for the time being. They're not saying it's impossible because it's all down to costs.
Yeah.
Unless they get more money, they never know, never say never. I know that figure. I think I've showed it to you before. I know that figure now is hard to find, and it's a nice one to have. But still not in his outfit. We've got his Tardis. You know the Tardis from Legopus and Castrovalva and Time Flight. Noel, you know the pillar.
Well, say that.
We've got that one. I can get that one in it for you, but we don't have a one of him, and I'm disappointed. But I went and got you a few things to show you if you'd like to see.
By the way, just to let you know before Ian shows us that real quickly, I'm just after receiving a lot of tweets on Twitter, people telling me that they're actually now sending in emails. So I just want to say real quickly, well done to you. And keep it up, guys, because, there's 2 weeks till the show. Well, a week no, there's not a week and a bit. There's 9 days until the show ends when the last episode airs. So let's keep this going up until then.
Yeah.
Keep sending those
and I sent another email today. And I sent another email today, so the BBC must told of me.
They must not. Show us what you got there, Ian.
Right, this one.
Yeah, Daniel.
It's not a piece of Doctor Who merchandise, but it is still Doctor Who.
Right, go on.
It's this. Right. This is, I think, Tinky was it Matchbox. Look, a die-cast TARDIS. This is well and truly before the series ever started. This is like what you might put on a railway set. Look.
Oh, that is cool.
It's like a real police box, so it's got like 2 panels there, and St. John's ambulance there.
Oh, that's deadly.
It's metal. It's nice because it's metal.
Oh, you wouldn't want to. Yeah. That'd be good. Yeah.
Next thing we have is he is battered. Dad, it wasn't mine. It was my brother's, and it's from the 60s. But this is what I think why I always love Dalek, because this is a marked Dalek from the 60s. So he's battered, but look,
Ah,
That's cool.
Now, this was what they used to call bump and go. So as it went along, it bumped into anything, it would spin round in that.
deadly.
Yeah.
The wheel would spin. And I always loved that Dalek. I know it's battered. I never got the re-release by Dapol, but I'm still, as bad as it is, I still love it very much. But they also, they use these in the series in Planet of the Daleks for the model sequence.
They used them in the modern sea. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I could see it through the light now because the light is shining on it now. We couldn't really see it properly there.
Oh, yeah, that is cool, that.
Yeah.
But you remember, have you seen Planet of the Daleks, Daniel and Noel?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
You can get all the episodes on a certain site if you want me to, tell you privately. I'll point you the way. But yeah, you can watch them everywhere.
We see that story, and also in the 60s, in Evil of the Daleks, the battle sequence, the fight between the Daleks on Skaro, they also used these ones as well.
yeah.
Next one up, well, I'm going to just, let's see. I got a bargain yesterday. Absolute bargain. It's slightly battered, but it cost me £2.75p.
Yeah. Oh, the 1973, and
Oh, yes. That's cool.
we're gonna have another guest with us, believe it or not, and it'll be a new guest.
Where's that?
Image there, though, I'm afraid.
But holy moly, look at that, guys.
Oh, man, that's cool.
No, he's got some merchandise, doesn't he? Tell you.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
That is proper Doctor Who annual. Here, this is a comparison to look, that's what we used to have. That's what we have now.
let me see what have we got now. Oh, Jesus Christ.
oh, don't compare that. That's like comparing apples to oranges.
That is a proper thick. Look at the thickness of that. Look at the thickness of that compared to that.
Look, he just,
Jesus.
By the way, have you seen, have any of you guys seen the Build-A-Bear?
Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah.
Have you seen the sonic screwdriver on that thing?
Yeah, Sonic Window.
Jesus
Yeah, let's
Christ.
call it a sonic penis. Let's call it. Yeah, believe it or not, the Build-A-Bear, which is actually supposed to be David Tennant, by the way,
Yeah.
is holding a screwdriver with it's shaped like a penis. And I mean, this is probably really good. Which way it's designed on the way it's designed it looks like a penis. Now,
I never thought of that.
I just want to stress, right, because some people did ask me privately, did you do the art? Did you do the outline? No, that was on Twitter. It's on Twitter. Just put in there the bear penis and you'll see it. It's there. Someone else posted. I just thought it was hilarious. Go ahead.
We might make fun of Odie Sonic. Do you remember? It is true. If you look at Anthony Ainley's tissue compression eliminator,
Yeah, the
not
compression.
so much the one in Logopus, but the one, say, from Mark of the Rani or later in the Davidson years, it does look very phallic looking. It's like a long, narrow thing and Bubbler's head.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Now, you remember I showed you these recently? These were Typhoon T cards.
Yeah, with the photographs and slides on them, yeah. Oh,
And
no,
I said,
these slides, they're the photographs, yeah.
and look, you got a poster with it, and you can also send us the book.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's like those football annuals that you buy. You buy the stickers and you put them in the book.
Oh, yeah.
But you got
Similar to that attacks.
Yeah, like match attacks, yeah.
Yeah.
This is Typhoon T card, so you got this book by sending off when you buy Typhoon T. Now the artwork is done by the artist who has done the fantastic covers on the original book, Chris Achilles. So he did this one, And the story's inside it. I won't open it up because I've got it sealed in a plastic bag. It's basically taken from other annuals, from Baker annuals and stuff. So it's nice to have. So that's that one. That's called
I wanted to ask you, what unofficial piece of merchandise that wasn't commissioned by the BBC, like for example that book there that you obviously had to cut out coupons for to get around. Is there something similar to that you have that is your favorite piece? Do you get me? Stuff that's not officially Doctor Who merchandise, but it is a Doctor Who product that you actually like.
That's a difficult one because most of the stuff I think I have is official. I'm just thinking from memory. I have something. I'll show you in a minute. That's one of my favorites. It was made for me. It's a custom. I'll show you that in a minute. There's two things. I can't show you one of them. It's a replica of the Dark Tower from Five Doctors. My goodness me.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll show you that another time. I'll have to set up the laptop.
Oh, no. You're grand, man.
I'll do that another time. But I'm just thinking. No, most stuff I think you put me on the spot now. I'd have to think official. I think everything I have. Well, my favourite would be again. This is for one day. I will get it down and show you. It's the top of the wardrobe. The Apol 25th anniversary set. It came with the console, the walls.
Oh,
that's one of my favourites. Here's another one for you. This one, Noel.
Yeah, I have my very own open up. That opens up in the middle, doesn't it? Yeah.
Inside.
Oh, look.
Cool.
Get away. Oh, are they still available? And where can I buy one?
eBay.
Yeah, it's probably costs a I need to be a millionaire now to get into this.
You got the Earthshock Cyberman, clearly one of the best designs. K9, Davros, Dalek from Day of the Daleks, and the Fourth Doctor in Bessie.
That's cool.
That came with a certificate here. It says number 629 of 5,000.
That's cool, mate. Seriously.
Well, sorry, we're just having a bit of difficulty getting me next guest on. I've sent them an email, but they said they haven't. I'm just going to send it again because sometimes it happen.
While you're doing that, I'm just going to get the other piece I want to show you. Just up here.
No problem. We love this. We do. Bit of fun, keep you all excited and because I know people haven't been in the best of form lately.
Now, this was made for me by somebody I used to be friendly with. He was very good at customs. Now, you remember before I showed you, 60s Emperor?
Yeah.
Now, he's a bit dusty in that, but look, he made me that.
Oh, that is cool.
Wow.
Now, he could also reduce a small metal one, but this.
Wow.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that looks cool.
It is. It's
nice to have. I'm just going to pop this back.
Man. Right, let's see, can we get this guest on? I've tried again, so hopefully. Yeah, let's do this. Let's, as they say, rock and roll. I love rock and roll.
Excuse me for eating. I'm eating healthily there.
Sure, Jordan Jason Screamer was eating food and baby back ribs and all.
Healthy for lentil crisps to meeting.
Jamie Daniels, Gary Hewitt, all welcome to the chat. I think I've seen a few new faces. David, I got your email. So I got your message. So the next panel we do, which will be what's it? What will be Friday now. We do an episode one on Sunday. So Monday's panel, if you would like to come on Monday, I will send you a link on Monday. We start at 10 o'clock normally Monday, but lately I've been doing them a little bit earlier. But if you want to join, you can let me know. Now we've got a new guest.
Yay!
And some of you will know him. And obviously, if you're on Facebook, and you will know him. And he's a regular on this channel and used to listen in. And I'd like to introduce everybody to Marty. Welcome, Marty.
Hello. How are you getting on?
Oh, not bad, mate.
Nice to have you, man. Nice to have you on. How are you?
Long time no chat.
So, any plans for the weekend?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to rewatch Torchwood. It's either all up on iPlayer now.
Yeah. I was seeing it was actually trending earlier. I think that's John Barrowman and others' attempt to see how popular it is still now and see if there's a chance that they can bring it back.
Yeah.
I think Torchwood has a good possibility of coming back. Unfortunately, if it does, it's probably going to be written by Chris Chibnall. So,
he said it was down to Russell T Davies to bring it back.
Oh, it was up to Russell, is it?
Yeah, and he said he would be the first to watch it. I don't think he'd be involved.
Well, I don't think we really want Russell coming back either.
If they wanted to save money, right? You know the way the BBC are sort of cash strapped at the money for money. Why don't they just take the big Finish scripts, the audios, and turn them in, make them canon, and turn them into film with the scripts they've got made for audio if they want to save that, but maybe they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Some of the stories you could probably turn into episodes, yeah. Obviously some of them do go off a little bit on their own, but Daniel would be the expert actually. Which stories would you like to see in particular? Because you've been listening to some. Which stories would you like to see be turned into actual episodes and audio?
Some of the Omega and stuff though, because I think that we are overdue a Paul McGann return in some sort of so maybe a couple of his stories.
Yeah, that keeps popping up time and time again, though. I mean, BBC. I mean, I agree. I do agree they should get the main show right before they start bringing back spin-off. Right? Yeah. But Paul McGann still looks well. He could still pull off the Doctor. In 10 years' time, that may not be the case. So why not? I just don't understand that they and everybody. I think there will be a lot of fans, especially. No disrespect to any of you new fans, but a lot of the classic fans would be far more interested in this than they would the main show now if they were to do this, because the Eighth Doctor is part of their. Well, I know some out there dismiss him as a Doctor and canon, because you do have. There are some really militant Doctor Who fans out there.
Yeah.
But this is one Doctor. I do agree. He deserves another shot. And why not? I mean, he gave us 7 minutes of absolute. Was it 7 minutes, wasn't it? Or 9 minutes? That was the night of the Doctor. Gave us that wonderful little mini episode. And he can still do it. So get him. Man, stop wasting time, BBC. Sign him up. Get him on. To do even. Look at Chibnall does 10 episodes. You could do a whole Time War series, 8 episodes. We'll be happy.
I always said you could do a story or even a series. Like I said, one of the first times I was on chat. Why don't they do a series that's set at have a time slot of 9, 10 o'clock at night, similar to what Torchwood had. have 8 90-minute
and
stories,
scare the
but
shit
stories
out of
that
people.
scare the shite out of you.
Exactly. Yeah,
Scare
Paul
the
McCann
shite
could
out
get
of you.
away with that though, because he's doctor. I mean, he would.
He's
It
too
would
nice.
the time war. So I mean, like it would be dark. It would have to be dark for this to work. I
Yeah.
mean, you can't be proper. Let's be honest. You can't really do the whole time war thing in Doctor Who. I think that's why Moffat really didn't really do it, and he only showed clips because it'd be very hard for you to do something like that unless.
And that's why you've seen a load of the audio arc from Big Finish actually pick up the and for the time, or because you can't because you can't cover it because you can't cover it in like a 45 minute to 50 minute format on a TV episode. It's impossible. There's too much to actually cover.
Yeah, David Robinson in the time says, "Yeah, you mean Paul Peter looks younger than Colin aged the worst. Yeah, Colin has aged.
He got so big, Colin did.
Yeah, but
There's
he's
one thing. Sorry, no.
audios though. He's killing it in the audios.
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
I never liked him as a doctor. I never liked his doctor, but I've listened to his couple of his audios, and as I said, it's changed my opinion slightly on him. But
I just think I know we're saying about spin-offs and doing this and doing that and doing the other, but I don't think they're going to do anything until they can actually get the main show right.
Yeah, I'm the same.
but they have to, because if you don't get the main show right, then the rest of the universe is not going to be able to,
like if you could have like say if you did sort out the main show and you did bring Torchwood back,
yeah,
you could have Torchwood on. You literally could start Torchwood. Say, just for example, you could have Torchwood start in 2 weeks after a series of Doctor Who ends, whereas then you have, or even later in the year, whereas as Torchwood is aired, Doctor Who is filming, and then once Doctor Who's aired, Torchwood's filming. So you have something to look forward to, and it cuts out these big long gaps.
Yeah.
And especially, and I would, and you're right, and I mean, they could do a kind of ace, right? So this is what they could do, right? They could expand this whole universe. Hope someone at the BBC is listening, because I'm about to give you the best bit of advice that you will ever be given. So what you do is you get the main show right, but if you are determined to expand this universe, then what you could do is you could bring back Torchwood back on the late night slot. But then for the kids, you could do a Sarah Jane kind of adventure, but make it about Ace. Right, so that's happy, right? And then you can do your Paul McGann Time War series. Then make that even darker, right? Then you'll have 4 shows, right? And that'll keep every single part of this fandom happy. It'll keep your SJ Dubs happy.
Lost him.
It will keep the older classic fans happy, and it'll keep those fans of the New Who happy too. And obviously, those New Who fans, some of them do like classic Who as well. So. But you're catering for everybody, right? You can't seem to do it in the main show. So maybe this is the best route for you to go down, because you don't seem to get it right with the main show. You have isolated the fans. You keep saying that this is space for all. It's not space for all. It's space for those that follow all that ideology and have all those beliefs. If you don't, then this show isn't for you. And I'm sorry, this is my show. I was raised up on the show, just like Ian, just like Marty, just like Daniel was. How dare you tell me this show isn't for me anymore, right? Make the show for me and everybody else, and don't be just catering to one side, right? So if you can't do that, then do the expanded universe thing, and then maybe you will get somewhere. But for me, ultimately, I want Doctor Who to be fixed before we even consider doing any of this, because I think it needs to be built. This universe needs to be built on a solid foundation. If you lose, there, Marty just dropped out.
Hello.
If you lose the main show, you lose your main foundation, the rest falls away. Forget about the spin-offs. Then nobody will give a shit, because the main show is what attracted them to the spin-offs in the first place. No, especially if we do our fans, they're not going to know anything about Torchwood. Now they will, because probably some of them will watch probably about 5 seconds of Captain Jack on the screen, and that's it. Pretend to be fans. That's the way they do it, right? They don't actually watch the film.
Yeah.
Do you know what they do? Tell you what these fans do. They watch, and same with the J-bots, right? They watch all the most popular clips of the Doctor, right? And that's what they keep bringing up.
Yeah.
Those things. They never bring up anything else because they get stumped on everything else. And that's the thing. You cater for the Doctor. See, this is the they put out hit pieces, right? You cater for the Doctor Who fans, firstly, BBC. And then what you do then is you get a showrunner who was like RTD, clever, that was able to introduce the show to newer fans. You don't bring in a dickhead that's sole aim is to destroy the fandom, destroy the foundations the show was built on, and actually try and basically replace us all with fans that won't buy our merchandise for starters, by the way. Second of all, they won't even buy the DVDs or the Blu-rays either. You won't even sell them. Where are the fans that buy that shit? Right?
Yep.
Look at Ian stuff. Look at the stuff I have. Right? Look at the stuff Daniel has and
Yeah.
every other Doctor Who fan has, right? We're the one that buy our merchandise. There's my Series 1 box set there. The Christopher Eccleston one, the original TARDIS box set, right? The one that opens up, it's the shape of a TARDIS, right? 150 quid I paid for that. 150
Jesus
quid,
Christ.
right, when that came out. But I was willing to pay 150 quid because it was worth every single bloody
Yep.
penny, right? I wouldn't even wipe my arse with Jodie Whittaker's era. I wouldn't even pay. Do you know what? If I was in a charity shop for £1, I wouldn't even give it to a homeless person. Right? It's that bad. This is not Doctor Who. People need to stop kidding themselves, and I'm glad the fans are copping on and are writing in and keep doing it. Keep doing it. Keep doing what you are doing. We've got 9 days to see if we could do something. Okay, I just want acknowledgement off the BBC, right? And if we get something more than that, then all well and good. If we can get rid of at least, I'd love Chibnall to be the one to go, to be quite honest. Our Marty's popped out again.
I mean, I've sent several emails now, and I've even done a stream on the campaign
Yeah, you said
as
you
well
did.
to help you out, and to help you out.
Hello.
Yeah, you're here, Marty. It's just sometimes that happens when you're forcing you onto a stream.
Oh, my rubbish Wi-Fi doesn't help either.
So you'll probably
There's two things I want to say, Noel. One about the complaints. I sent mine after you live chat. You started your live chat today. I thought, excuse me, I better do it. So I did it on my phone, and my goodness me, I got carried away. I sent a really long one saying to them how long I've been a fan, and this is not Doctor Who. This is basically awful stuff. And it was get rid of those Whittaker and Chibnall before the show is finished. I said, Doctor Who has got so much potential. It could be doing so much better. It just is dying. I said to them, more and more people are not watching it. People I talk to online and people I talk to outside on the internet, and people at work. I mean, there's a young girl who I work with, she's 17, and she I picked up the Guinness Book of Records, not the one I'm in, and it said, her when I found it, the first female doctor. She said, yeah, the one that killed Doctor Who, she said. She started watching it with Eccleston, and her doctor was Tennant. She also loved the Sarah Jane Adventures. So that's someone of Chibnall's sort of target audience, and she stopped watching it now.
You know, here's the thing. You know, people say, it's a female doctor, you hate women. You don't like because it's a woman in the role.
It's because you're concerned for the show. It's not because you hate women. Like,
no,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say. And you're right, Marty. That's exactly what it is. Look, this goes against the narrative of the show that's been around for a long time. And if you want to shoehorn in an actress just because you want to show how diverse you are, well, then this is the result. This is what you're going to get. And the ratings are tanking. BBC are on overdrive right now. And they are. And I told you guys, and you know what? I know there's still some out there that are skeptical and probably say I'm wasting my time here. But as I said, look, even if we are, let's go. Let's at least let the BBC know that we are unhappy, because we haven't done that. Yes, they know because they've heard us online, but we've never actually directly, you know what I mean? I have sent emails, I've sent emails, and I know a few others have sent emails, but I mean, not as many that have now in the last 2 weeks, right? Especially after that episode, Can You Hear Me aired. BBC were not expecting that backlash. BBC, as I said earlier on, are more vulnerable than ever. So yes, while some of you might think it's a waste of time emailing the BBC and actually think because it's a waste of time that you're not going to bother, all I would say to you is just take that leap with me once, that leap of faith once. Just 4 minutes of your time to compile an email. Just give your reasons why the writing is bad and give examples as well. And as I said, try keep out the whole box ticking and diversity stuff. Just keep it to the actual writing itself, right? Because Chris Chibnall's here, focus here. Remember, I'm going to say this, right? And everybody knows this anyway. You bring Chris Chibnall down, Jodie Whittaker's not staying. She's already said if her mate goes, she goes, right?
Yeah.
So concentrate on the writing. Forget about the fact that they cast a woman in the role and all that. Don't make it about that. Concentrate and make it about the writing. So please, Chuckzilla is at the putting it up there again. The BBC complaints link is in the live chat. If you haven't sent an email, 43 of you are watching right now. That's another 43 emails. Please, just a short email is all I'm asking for the next couple of weeks. Is just to do this, see where it goes. I know, like other YouTubers have been told, there is an end of series review happening. This series will be reviewed in March. Okay, so there's still a chance, right? And remember, one thing for all you fans that are disheartened, right, saying, "Oh, they've already Chris Chibnall came out and said that he's staying." Right, fair enough, he has. So has Jodie Whittaker. But there's one organisation that hasn't actually come out and said that they're staying, and that's the BBC. Now, at the time when Jodie Whittaker said it, she says, "Oh, maybe that's some sort of exclusive I'm not supposed to give you," right? Now, normally the BBC would come out then and follow her up. Yes, she is staying, or they'd come out with some sort of statement. They stayed silent. The only two people that are saying that are staying is Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall. When Monique Gill was asked what she was staying, this is what she said. She says, "We finished, but I don't know if I'll be back for series 13. Actually, none of us know. That's the fun thing about working on Doctor Who." It was a weird statement. Right now, she says she does that. The rest of them don't know, including herself. So Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall are coming out. No, they say this just like Christopher Eccleston did. It makes no difference, right? They've probably told them to say that they're staying, right, and they're already gone. So you know what? Up until BBC come out and actually say that those two are actually staying, when BBC confirmed themselves that Jodie Whittaker is staying in the role, then I know Chris Chibnall staying, then it's game over. Well, it's not game over, I'll still continue my fight, but then they're there for serious. But until I see either them filming or the BBC come out and actually say officially, as far as I'm concerned, there's still a chance. So send those bloody emails.
I'm going to tell you a story about.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry, Marty.
No, you're all right. You're all right.
Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you a story about me growing up watching the show. I'm 20. I'm 20 years of age, and I grew up with Eccleston and Tennant and Russ Lee Davis, and they were the people that got me into the show. That's how I got into the show, was watching them, and I watched it the whole way up through Moffat and up to Holiday. But a couple of years ago, I went through a bit of a bad period, you could call it that. And I'll just come out and say it. It's tough to say, but I'll come out and say it. I had considered, you could guess, ending it on several occasions because of the way my whole mental health was. And it wasn't for that show and the way it was. I know it was starting to go down the hill at the time, but I don't think I would be here today because of this show. And I think now that it could be about to go is a bit.
That's my story. 2005, I came back. I was like you. I actually threw myself. I have no problem saying this now, but I actually threw myself out in front of a car and a bus and got smacked by both.
Jeez.
Still survived. But 2005, if Doctor Who hadn't come back at the time that it came back, just like Marty was saying there, I wouldn't be here talking to you. That show actually saved my life. Now, obviously, it was a classic Who fan, but it was off air. But that show, there was nothing really, nothing out there that inspired me. Right? There was nothing
Yeah.
that I felt
Yeah.
I could live for. And then I seen that interview with Russell T, and he said he's bringing that, and it was for real this time. And then I seen the trailer, and my life completely changed then after that. So, like you, Marty, this is why I'm as passionate, and I'll fight tooth and nail. And I'm not got look at people think I'm probably foolish. I'll go down with this sinking ship. I don't care. I love this show so much. It's done so much for me. It's not just the fact that the Doctor was a man. It's just
I'm the
everything
same.
about the show.
It's it's the reason I'm studying what I'm studying now. Like I am studying uh, television production, broadcast production. You know, I want to be a producer. Like I'll admit to you now, and you can laugh if you want. I've already been laughed at before, but my dream role is to land that job. Is to land. Is to fucking land the job that Matt Stevens, whatever the hell you want to call him, is in now. I want to be in that show. I want to do something with it. I think you can call me another Chibnall, open air Chibnall, but I think, you know, I haven't got the ideas as of right now, but I think there's places that.
Go for it, and don't let anybody laugh at you. That's your dream, right? And it's not just a dream. You're making it reality. You're going out there and you're doing something about it. Don't let anybody laugh at you. If that's your dream, you want to do that one day. You work hard to get there, and you will get there, mate. You will get.
It's just something I've always wanted to do, and you know, if I get there, if I get there, I get there. If I don't, I don't. But I would like to do something, even not that high up, but even like something to do with it. I could just be able to die happy man and say I had something to do with it.
If you ever getting into that position, you don't forget all of us here at the Tardis Zone. you will need channels like ours to promote your new series, The Doctor.
I'll be sitting in the border with your live stream on, Noel.
I hope no, seriously, and all joking aside, man. That's your goal, that's your aim. Don't if people laugh in your face, you know why people laugh in your face? They laugh in your face because they probably know you and know how determined you are and know that you'll actually get there, and there's probably a bit of jealousy. You know what?
Yeah. And see, to be honest,
isn't it, Daniel? Reaching for those goals, you know.
And see, to be honest, if it wasn't for basically, if it wasn't for your channel, I wouldn't have attempted to do my live streams either. So you actually inspired me and encouraged me at the same time.
Daniel, I was inspired by someone else, right? You were inspired, okay, by me. You will inspire someone else. That is the joy of this and the joy of fandom. There's and the joy of being a human being. There's always someone out there that will inspire you to do something, to do
even
something.
For me, I've been I've sort of been. I'm talking about. I don't want to be making the whole thing about me here, but I've sort of been through. Already use on the Doctor Who forum Gallifrey base, no?
No,
I'm
tempted to go on that because apparently, Baldstreck is public enemy #1, so you could imagine what I went on.
I'm on it, and if I see any ideas for a series, I'm stealing them. So I'll credit somebody in 20 or 30 years time in the credits when I'm a producer.
Yeah,
I mean, Steve is to actually go on that site, I'd be and within 5 seconds, you know what I'm writing now.
Say that again. Sorry, Daniel, you cut off there.
I said if I attempted to get an account on that site, I'd be and then 5 seconds. You know what I'm like?
Yeah.
That's my page.
But there's actually a lot of people who are against the show that write up on it. You know, it's not just J-bots. Like, there is one guy up there I know of, I'll not mention his name, but he just lays in it when he says does this, and there's no holding back with him.
Yeah, but I wonder. I'm surprised he's able to have survived as long as he actually has. Because
Oh, he gets abuse, but he just gives as good as back as what he gets.
right, I want to show you all something, because the way me and Mark have been talking about Doctor Who inspiring people and saving people's lives. This is what I tried to say to J-Bots. To some people, right, this might be a TV show to you, right? But to other people, this is more than a TV show. This TV show, for example, for me and Marty, saved us from doing something stupid and, leaving our families behind. It came at a nice time. It saved my life. For other people, it inspires people like Marty as well. It inspires him to go and hopefully one day be something connected to Doctor Who, because that's what he wants to do. The show does that, right? To use all you just care about is representation and who kisses who, right? This
Yeah.
show has many different layers and many different levels of emotion for all of us fans. And that's why you will never be truly fans of this show, because you don't get it. And this is why we'll keep fighting. And you know what, Marty? I hope that does happen for you, mate. And I'm actually serious. Don't forget the zone when you land that job, right? Because we will be, seriously though, we will be. If you've got good ideas, we will be behind you 100%. And I hope that does.
Exactly.
Probably taking the piss out of you. I hope you get it, man.
If I end up in that role in my first my first interview will be something along the lines of Chibnall, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Remember,
I'd love
don't
it.
give up.
That's what we need. We need a
You have
fan.
a dream. It's the Martin Luther King. You have a dream, go for it. There's nothing to stop you. I mean,
Exactly.
Russell D. Davis' dream was to bring the show back. He fought tooth and nail. It took him a long time. He went for the right moment, and he got it. I mean, I don't know how. Who gave Chibnall the job? Was he asked? He was asked by the BBC, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
he was
Did
asked.
Moffat not get him drunk with a few gin and tonic and try and convince him? Did I not see this somewhere?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Moffat actually even says it himself. They had a big piss up at a Christmas party. And no, not it was before Christmas. It was when they were leaving, when Moffat was leaving.
They went for dinner or something.
Yeah, and they hadn't got a showrunner in place yet, and Moffat got him drunk. And goes, so you're gonna take over Doctor Who, aren't you? And like he fucking accepted, locked out of his head, and then he goes, but you'll have to write a Christmas special. And then apparently Chibnall's response is, I'll take the show, but I'm not doing a Christmas special. So that's why we got Twice Upon a Time. But going back to this show, this is what I'm trying to say. This show is bigger. It's for individuals. This show is bigger than just a TV show. And you understand that, then you will get where we're coming from. And then maybe the fandom would be a little bit better, but I doubt that happening. But look, I mean, right now, we just have to see what happens, what he does.
Look, I would never I'd love to be involved with it, but as what I will say to you is that I would never write. I don't think I would write because I'd love to be calling the decisions behind the scenes, but I don't think I would write because I don't think you can't please everybody, and I just know that I don't think I would actually have the patience to write.
Well, you see, this is
sorry,
go ahead, dear.
Two things I'm going to have to do because I've got to be up early in the morning. But I just want to go back a bit. Oh, you were talking about spin-offs and that before.
Yeah.
Well, you might, and about Big Finish stories. I know Daniel's into them big. Well, they have often tweeted like, which stories would you kind of like to see animated? So it's not an impossibility. There's obviously ideas out there by the BBC to animate them. I mean, people have suggested it because they're animating all the missing episodes except the Highlanders. And the reason for that is there was too many costume changes, so too many, too much work involved in animating it. However, I suggested one story, and I don't know if anyone has read the book. It's one of my favourite books by the great Terence Dicks. It's called The Eight Doctors. I'll give you a rundown what it's about.
I did a video on this. I
Yeah.
heard about this actually. This was supposed to be an actual script, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't actually. That's something else. It's the Dark Dimension. It's the Dark Dimension, which would have been the 30th anniversary special, but instead we got Dimensions in Time. What the Eight Doctors is about is it's McGann set directly after the movie.
Oh,
So-
right.
Right.
And he's in the TARDIS and he's just not sure the Master's gone from the TARDIS. And he sees in the Eye of Harmony in the TARDIS, this sort of looks like grit in the eye.
Right.
And shoots up and hits him in the face and he falls and knocks his head. So he hears a voice in his head and it's Rassilon. He doesn't know who or what he is and it's telling him to go back in time. So he sometimes finds the original console room in the TARDIS. And what he does is he goes back to meet his other self. So he goes back to the first Doctor for the adventures of Unearthly Child. You know, when they're trying to escape the cavemen?
Yeah.
And remember when Hartnell was about to smash the rock on one of their head?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he interacts Hartnell then. The second Doctor interacts with him during the war game. Now, the third Doctor, it gets even more exciting because it's not set on a third Doctor adventure, but it's set just after the Sea Devils. And it involves the Delgado Master, and it's just brilliant. The fourth Doctor, it's set, it's where kind of continuity comes out the window of the story, but it's still a good thing. It's set after the adventures of State of Decay.
Yeah.
Fifth Doctor, it's set after the adventures of the Five Doctors. Now, the Sixth Doctor, it really gets exciting because it is set at the time of the trial of a Time Lord.
Yeah. Cool.
Eighth Doctor. The Seventh Doctor, Seventh Doctor, I think it's set somehow after the events of Survival. So Ace is not in it. I can't remember that to be enough. But it's such a good book. I have read it so many times. And I said to Big Finish, I would love to see that animated. Because you could easily get someone to do Hartnell's voice, the guy whoever did it for Time of the Doctor. No, Day of the Doctor, sorry. I understand Fraser Hines Daniel does a good Troughton, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Christ, it would be great if there's another idea for a spin-off. Why don't they just animate the Big Finish audios and put them out on BBC One?
Yeah, exactly.
What about who could just Pertwee though?
Good idea. Like they do.
Like I can add there is an impersonator that does the voice over the Big Finish. I can't remember his name though. It's
John Colshaw, no?
Yeah, I think it is actually, Marty. That's a good shout.
Whoever does Pertwee that. I mean, Tom could still do Tom. Peter could still do Peter. Colin could still do himself, and Sylvester.
Yeah, and apparently, apparently, Tom Baker is actually back as the curator.
Yeah,
And the curator has actually teamed up with the Eighth Doctor. Oh, it's a new Big Finish deal that's coming out.
But to answer Unknown 289, that's changed, and thanks for that, because this was told at some con last October or something that they were animated except the Highlanders, so they're obviously now going to do Highlanders. So that's good. That's all of them. I just want to add, somebody else, Sam Cope, says, love all the animations on the whole. Some have issues. They should do all the scenes in 4.3 and edited as the original would have been. Oh, and in black and white. Well, they do present them in black and white and colour. My issue with the animations are, if you go back to the earlier ones, they did like 10th Planet or Moonbase. They're really good, really good. Now the modern ones, I find, remind me of a very old cartoon from when I was growing up, which I hated.
Yeah, animations are great.
All sort of like, you know, kind of, sort of jerky, like
Yeah, it's really
movement.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
slow as normal. Ice Warriors was sort of one of the first ones did that. Whereas the Moon Base and the 10th Planet, it are to me, and even the Invasion. I know there was a lot of problems with that one behind the scenes, but those animations are great. But I just like, how can I put it? I don't want to go on knocking them because they're crap. Because I think it's great that we're getting all these missing stories. Finally, be able to see them. To me, it's like I'm watching brand new classic Who. I love them.
What's your
Yeah,
what's
but
your opinion on these stories that are still the
episodes from when I thought some of them were gone forever and we couldn't get some of these stories. Now all of a sudden, see, I had a stream on this before. We had a conspiracy that BBC have never lost all the animations, but they've been keeping them back. But now they've been forced to actually animate them all because they're losing so much money. They're only animating them now because the current era is merchandise across the board is down. Right?
Do you remember?
Finish on its own is selling its own merch, and that did well. But the Doctor Who merchandise for this series and era is down. So that's my theory. The reason why all of a sudden they've announced all these, because we got the faceless ones animation. That's the next one to be actually put out, isn't it? That's why we got all this. All of a sudden now we have all the anime. You're going to get all the stories now. All those missing stories. Don't worry, we've got them now. You're getting them now. All along.
Do you remember the story at the time of the 50th? There was I don't know which paper reported it, but some newspaper article over in England said that apparently they had found all of the stories that were missing. And then it turned out it was only one or two stories.
In the Mirror. What the fact is, I can tell you a bit of fact on.
Right, go on. You know anyway, so go ahead.
There's a guy that works for the restoration team, or whatever they call them now. The guys that have helped, clean up the prints and that if they're found in that. Paul Venise, he's on Twitter. And he openly told me, I think I said something to him once, and he says, "I never know or something." But he told me some of the missing episodes are out there. Private collectors do have them.
Yeah, we know that.
They don't, for some reason, they don't want to let them out of their sight. They don't want.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
That's the truth. They don't want them, to give them up and maybe, have the BBC put them in a sealed container or something. But you could always let them have a copy of it.
But I always thought that they just take them and they can copy them and give it back to the owner. Do they not do that?
It becomes your property.
Private collectors over the years, and the private collectors that weren't willing, as Ian said, not to part easy with their film, did allow someone from BBC, obviously the film archive experts, to actually copy all it is. But again, fair enough, if they did do that, well, then it does show that they are committed. And for people that say that BBC, see, I do think BBC care about Doctor Who, and I know that over the years they have been accused of not treating it well, and that is true, right? We're not going to lie. But I do honestly think this time around they genuinely wanted this to be a success, and they thought by giving us something different for Series 11 that would propel the show to a whole new audience and keep us on board. But they didn't figure that fans were stickler to whether they like it or not. Fans just like the way things are. They don't like things to be upset to. So when you change something as big as the main character, you are playing with fire.
They should have waited until what I would have done if I had been Jim was cast to be an actor, and if you wanted to go for a female doctor, wait till the ratings get back up to about 8-9 million, and then bloody put in your female doctor. Don't put in the female doctor when the ratings are sliding.
No, but what you could have built on from the doctor's wife and built up and showed us other. Not just Missy, but show us other, or even show us a female version of the Doctor that was in, or you know what I mean? Do something. These have to build from somewhere. Obviously, the way Chibnall did the female Doctor, he did it wrong. If you're going to introduce a female Doctor into canon, then you have to slowly write it into canon. You can't just force it into canon.
I think it would have been great if they had have. I know I don't want to be disrespecting John Hurt or anything that happened before, but would it have been different if it had turned out that the War Doctor was actually a female at the time?
Yeah, see, that would have worked though. That kind of would have worked because because Moffat would have gave us a backstory though. That's the thing. Moffat would have explained that. Chibnall, some people say the fact that Chibnall didn't explain why the Doctor suddenly changed into a woman is a good thing. For me, that's always been where I've always had a problem with it. You've got to explain these things. I'm sorry. I know it's a TV show to you guys, but I've been watching this long enough to know that, certain things make sense and this doesn't make sense. So you need to explain to me why this all of a sudden makes sense. That's why Moffat, who I know it was Neil Gaiman that wrote The Doctor's Wife, wasn't it? But Moffat should have built on that, not just Missy. He should have built more up on it. So then by the time we got to Chibnall, right, he could have had one male Doctor for his 4 series, and then he could have introduced his female Doctor in series 12. And then maybe, and I'm just saying maybe, there mightn't have been such a backlash if it was explained properly. But I do think there's still a few purists like myself that still believe the Doctor, no matter what you do, the Doctor is a man. But there would be, I say, if I'm honest with you, there'd be enough of Doctor Who fans that would get behind that if it was done that way. And I reckon the ratings would have done a lot better. But they shoehorned it in just like they shoehorn everything. Now, I know Ian has to go in a few minutes, so we'll let Ian. Ian, is there anything else you would like just before you go? Is there anything else?
No, that's an interesting idea. Have the War Doctor been the female Doctor? It could have worked. It's been a big shock. I think it could have worked. I do think, there could have been an explanation into it. But back to the missing stories. Last thing I want to say, because then I must go. Chap I follow who likes his current series, but he's a nice chap because he's actually defended my views. He says everyone's entitled to their views. On Twitter has a theory. Now, the Web of Fear, which episode 3 was nicked when they found it, the Troughton story. He has a theory that the BBC have found it, but haven't released it because they haven't released a special edition of the Web of Fear. He has a theory that they are going to. They found. I'm just checking something here. They have found that episode, and they will release it like complete. Do a special edition, and I said, well, what I think, if that is true, I don't know if it isn't, because you never know with the BBC. Now, Series 5, which is 1967-68 of Troughton's, nearly all exists now, apart from Fury from the Deep. We're getting animated this year, and The Wheel in Space. Well, that will be animated eventually. So that could be, if they found Web of Fear, that could be a box set in a few years' time. So a blue black and white box set.
Now, now you see, that's why I'm kind of waiting. See, we ordered a few animations here. Cheryl actually ordered them special for me, and we ordered them off Amazon and never received them. Now we got the money back, but we never received their bleeding.
Oh my God! If they still not came for that yet, no, because you've had to wait for absolutely
I told you I was getting them. What was it? The Macra Terror and Shada. Do you remember I was telling you? I said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna." She ordered them for me. Yeah, but having to watch them online because they never came. I know we did get a refund, but they never came. Like the DVDs never actually turned up. I got them on DVD because I don't have a Blu-ray player, but but they never came. I was gutted, so I ended up watching them online. So I ended up watching Shada online. Not the greatest bloody story. I don't know why everybody was hyping it.
Sorry, the best thing, I'm going to say my last bit, and then you can all rest in pieces from me. The best bit of Shada animation, I mean, it's been released more times than I've had coffee, I think. The best bit of Shada is that new bit that, on spoilers for everyone who hasn't seen it, best bit, and I love it, and I've just shown people that end bit is Tom Baker as he is now, back in the TARDIS.
Yeah, I seen
And
it. Yeah.
and K9, and you hear Romana's voice. It's just it's Doctor
No,
Who.
I agree. That actually
It's Doctor Who. Nothing else can.
just for that alone, it's actually worth picking up. Ian's right. That actually put a smile on my face. It really did. That is a great scene. I wasn't expecting that actually. I didn't realize when I was watching that was actually going to happen, but that was cracking.
And he looks at the camera and that big grin when he laughs at the camera.
Yeah, I'm glad he's embraced Doctor Who again, and because it was, he was part of the best years. I put Pertwee in there as well, to be quite honest. There was, I think that's the golden age right there, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
Those areas, and those two guys, yeah, it's just a pity that they're all not. Do you know what? It's. I wonder how Bill would feel today watching Doctor Who now.
I think he'd be pissed off.
I don't know though. Would he? Would he? Though?
I think he'd be glad as to how far it's come, but I think he'll be thinking, well,
This is not his
I don't think it's.
Yeah,
it's
he
not-
wouldn't
not the
like
show.
it because he was. I mean, you know the story of the three doctors. He took the chance to come back, and I went to a convention a couple of years ago, and it was what Katie Manning said, which I thought was lovely. His last ever part he played was the part he helped create, the Doctor. That was the last acting job he did, was play the Doctor in the Three Doctors.
Wow.
And that was his last job, which he, helped create. So in fact, he visited his legacy.
Yeah.
That was so touching. I mean, in Southside, I remember reading the book as a kid and thinking, I'm showing the first Doctor. Didn't realise why, but the first Doctor wasn't in it more. But the fact that little bits he's in it, he's brilliant. And God rest his soul.
How would you feel if they? Obviously, you see this technology coming in about deep fakes and how they can make things look like it's actually the people. You see it in films and stuff like that. But how would you feel if they brought back the first three Doctors and sort of deep faked them and got people to do their voices, or do you think they should leave them?
No, don't do that. I'm not very keen on that.
No, not recasting the original three. I mean, put it this way.
No.
I keep saying I'm going to be sorry, Daniel. I'll make this quick. It's going to reference it. Have you all watched? I don't know if you have or you're interested in it. Star Trek did in the 90s. Yes, not Deep Space Nine. More Trouble with Tribbles. And for then, they did it was brilliant. They basically took Deep Space Nine cast and they went back to the 60s and they interacted with some of the original crew, with Kirk and that. In fact, Disco even speaks to Kirk. It was so well done for the 90s. And I just think, imagine the BBC could do that. Put a current Doctor back into a scene with one of the earlier Doctors or something like that.
Yeah, I'd be in favour with that. Just once it wasn't Jodie Whittaker.
No.
Right.
Sorry, Marty Smith said, and I would agree with this, and I'm sure it's interesting to see what you all think. Scooby Doo would have made a better Doctor than Jodie.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. And on that note, I'm going to say good night to you all. Speak to you soon.
Good night.
Some of your stuff, really appreciate it, my friend. You're welcome on here anytime.
Thank you, Noel. I shall speak to you all soon. Good night, everyone in the panel.
Good night.
Bye.
Yeah,
he's absolutely fantastic. Oh, Ian actually ears me up, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he does. He puts a smile on my face because he always got some merchandise that
he looks like he's a big collector. He looks like he's a big collection.
He's the
Guinness Book of World Records holder.
Two-time Guinness World Record holder for most Doctor Who merchandise. Twice.
Fair play.
Yeah.
He smashed his own record.
the last time I had Daniel on, actually, he actually showed us his remote control Dalek.
Davros.
Oh, sorry, Davros, and the Dalek as well. Remember, he did the
Yeah.
Dalek as well. But it was brilliant. It was doing exterminate into the camera, and all Davros was speaking into the camera.
Yeah.
He's got a
Some
lot.
of the old merch was deadly. Like if you look now, I was watching the video the other day about the flight control TARDIS, Jodie Whittaker's TARDIS.
Mhm.
And if you look at the effort they've put into it now compared to what they would have put in with David Tennant's one, that's a joke.
Yeah, I know. It actually is. They don't give a shit. The merchandise, they're not even now. They don't. They're just pumping it out and hoping it sells. And it's not. There's no imagination. I know.
They're not going to make tons of merchandise for a show that's not been watched. Simple as that.
Right, here he is, Marty, just to show you. So this is who we just had on. Obviously, you'll recognize him. So we just had him on there a second ago, Ian. So this is Ian.
Yeah.
So, can you all see that on the screen?
Holy mother.
Right, so there he is there. That's Ian there. This is all his merchandise there. And this is what he's been showing us some of this collection.
He is absolutely fantastic. And how the hell the J-Bots can say that he's not a true fan? I'll never know. All the J-Bots need section.
There you go.
J-Bots will say anything they want to argue with.
There you go, Guinness World Records. There, look, it's right there, black and white. Like, there's no denying that this guy and these but I know. Imagine they called him out as a fake fan.
I would be like a kid in the candy store if I get into that room.
I'm telling you, he's got some mad stuff. He's even got newspaper articles written about him. Hold on, where's the newspaper articles? Hold on. Ian O'Brien, Dr. Who. Where's that? Hold on. It'll come up. Oh. Sorry about this shit, Why is Can You Hear Me coming up? I didn't even... You've all seen that. I wrote in Ian O'Brien and it's coming up, Can You Hear Me? Why do I want to even... I wouldn't look at that.
Can you hear me? Will you watch me?
What the hell?
I don't want to look at that article. Why don't I look at that stupid article, you idiots?
Have BBC hacked it?
They're probably trying to...
BBC hacked your internet?
They're trying to brainwash me. That's what it is. They're trying to get me.
Yeah. Jimnal's setting up with Google.
Yep.
So it says, meet Ian O'Brien, owner of the largest collection of Doctor Who memorabilia. And I got to know this guy on Twitter, and he's one of the nicest guys in the fandom.
Yes.
There he is.
Yes, I mean, I talked to him, I talked to him almost every day now. I see the first time you brought me and him on together on the screen. Since that first time that I spoke to him on here, that we've spoken almost every day. Eh?
Someone just wrote there in the comments 2 days ago, and this is literally 2 days ago. Says, I have more than him, if not on the close second. Leave it out, pal. It's not a competition. Fair play to you, but Jesus.
I wonder if he ever got the whole everything valued. It'd be good if he got it all valued just to see. I know we would never sell it, but just to see how much it would be worth.
Marty, he actually showed us some of these really unique pieces. I mean,
yeah, they cost a fortune now.
Cost a fortune now, yeah. There was some really good pieces that he showed. You should try check out those streams. Actually, the ones with Ian in it, because the ones that he's in, he will he always puts shows us all something. That's why I bring Ian on, because he always has something brilliant to show us actually. And he has a few rare pieces as well, which he has to fish out. He said, I think like everybody else, though, this era has kind of killed his passion a bit.
Yeah. Yep.
Coming on and being able to talk about his merchandise and stuff, and you can see it. He really does get a kick out of it, and it gives everybody else a bit of a kick as well. And the smile. Everybody says to me as well. I do get messages, people saying to me, "I love your streams when you bring Ian on. Love his stuff." So I love it myself, man. Puts a smile on my face anyway. I can tell you that.
Yeah, it does.
You just can't see my face anymore.
Yeah.
I'm actually, social constructs have made it very difficult for me to show me face.
You're in the beauty parlor role. You're getting a facelift, not the DD role.
Seriously, that's what it is. I just can't take it anymore. I look and under the world society. So
They're there, J-Bot. They're there.
So yeah, that's G. But do you know what? They should just give me a job at Doctor. Here, how about me play the next Doctor?
Yeah.
I'll have to cast you first, Noel. I'll have to cast you first.
Although,
companion in the first episode, it'll be epic. And then
although to be honest with you, you'd probably be a better master if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, and I'd have to admit that as well, because when I get into a temper, if you think Sasha's temper is bad, when I get into an Irish temper, especially, we
know what the Irish temper's like that.
If you got to channel the master, all right. Yeah, I think I would be considered the most insane master, to be quite honest. I'd probably
God forgive me. I had these visions one time of like a master. I know we sort of got it with John Sim, but what, like a master who was an actual cannibal?
Yeah.
Like, actually, like, I know that never show up, but like, there's an idea for your 9 o'clock Time War series. Have the master actually eat somebody.
Yeah.
That'd
be cool.
Master series. Bring back John Sim, but get him to play the master that he played in series.
And see, to be honest with you, that's going to be a special edition Big Finish audio on Sim's Master. It'll be out on Big Finish next year as a limited edition set next December. It's to coincide with the 50th anniversary of the Master.
Sounds good. Yep. Because but I'd like is it a multi-master story? Is Derek, Jacob and all going to be making an appearance?
I'm not for sure, but I can find it out for you, because you know me. Because you know me, I do my own research and I send you some bits and pieces. So.
And I have to actually say thank you to all the others out there. Special mention to Marie, Charlotte, and Daniel, of course, and a couple of other people as well. Because sometimes you do send me articles that I don't actually see, or I might have overlooked, thinking that there's nothing much. But then I read it, and there's obviously something in it that you just wanted me to see, and then I do it then. But I got some great articles from America as well that you don't really get over here, which is great. I don't know what it is, but I have found since, Britain won't have that problem anymore now, I don't think. But part of the EU, you know the way they've cut down on all these illegal streams. Well, they haven't just cut down on illegal streams; they've cut down on other stuff as well. Because I used to be able to Google certain stuff, like got to do with UFOs and stuff, and videos would come up. Can't get those videos anymore, so there's censoring going on all over the place. So when it comes to
it's because
articles.
It's because of that Article 13 shite that they've just passed.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of Brexit, but I'm glad the UK's out now because of this Article 13 shit.
Yeah, it's shite.
Well, I'm telling you now, right? We should have this country here of Ireland, and I think you'll agree with me, Marty. We're a bunch of dickheads because we should have actually followed the British people's lead, and actually, because if Ireland had left as well, because right now, believe it or not, this country is so fucked up, right?
Yeah, no, I've been watching the elections in the south. I'm following the whole thing.
Yeah, that's fucked up alone. But here's the weird thing. Apparently Ireland right now, right, is the fastest growing economy in Europe. If the whole of the European Union, right? We're the fastest growing economy, right? The last time that happens, right? The EU, everybody was making a shitload of money, and then there was a recession, right? We're making the same mistakes again. We are here, right? They didn't learn their lessons from the first time. We're going down the same fucking pattern. We're going to end up worse than what we did now. We need to get out of Europe right now. But our Irish politicians, Mary Lou, I would like her to be Taoiseach, but I don't think
I would.
It's not going to happen because there's just too much shit going on down here in the south.
Well, I think there's going to be another election.
Which is actually funny because she'd nothing to do with the IRA. Like, get over it. Like, do you know what I mean? I thought we moved on as an island. See, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael only bring that up because it's the only thing that they actually have on Sinn Féin and they throw at Sinn Féin. But the thing about it is, I don't know why they're all fucking smart. They were part of the fucking whole thing.
See, to be honest,
they have their own history.
But see, to be honest with you as well, but Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, they have been in power for far too long.
The start of the Republic. It's ridiculous. We need a new party.
Yeah, so it's about time that there's a
two-party, exactly like in England. It's been a two-party system. It's either over in Britain, it's either the Tories or Labour. I know it's been more Tories over there than Labour, and it's been more Fall, I think, over here than Fine Gael. But still, they've been the two major parties. Sinn Féin has been the first party to break through parties. So this is brilliant. Now, whether she becomes Taoiseach or not, I don't know. Do you think they have a couple of options, right? One of them has to go into power with her, but they've refused. So them two.
Another election.
Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael will have to abandon everything that they believe in, right? Everything that their parties believe in to work together just to stop Sinn Féin for being in power. That means then Sinn Féin would be in opposition. This is the problem that we have. Fianna Fáil.
But you see, the thing is,
would they actually get together to stop Sinn Féin from getting in? I don't think so, which means there's an opportunity then for Sinn Féin. They'll call another general election, but then Sinn Féin need to field more candidates enough to actually form government this time. And if they do, can they win a second election? I don't know. See, this is the problem. I think this is.
I think it's a 1-1 for whatever happens, because if they let Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael go and the housing crisis goes on, the health system gets worse, they'll be completely wiped out come the next election.
I know, but we have to wait 7 years for that, and I don't think the Irish people can take another 7 years of fucking living out on the street. Like, there's 150,000 families living in hotels and B&Bs right now.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
All across this land. This is 2020. There shouldn't be any homeless people. There shouldn't be any homeless people full bloody bleeding. Stop.
It's a joke.
And you know what the funny thing about it is? The Irish people, right? And I'm Irish myself, but we must be a bunch of fucking idiots, right? These two parties, right, have been promising us shit, right? Even before I was born, right? Two parties, two main parties. They've had their chance, right, to sort out Ireland's economy. They've had their chance to sort out this country, and they've just made it worse. So my logic is, well, Sinn Féin's a new party. Well, they're not a new party, they're an old party, but it's the first time they've broke through. They've got ideas. Yes, some of them are a bit out there, but at the end of the day, why not give them a chance? They've never had a chance. If they screw it up, they won't get in again, will they? but it's at least
Yeah.
if we gave a third party a chance and we could say, well, we gave them a chance. We'll see what happens. They think they can build all those houses. Let them fucking try. If they build even half of them, they'll do more about the homeless crisis than the two other parties have done in 50 fucking years. So why not give them a fucking chance? The only problem
It's the same. It's the same up here too. It's the same up here in the north, as I call it, Northern Ireland. The north, the 6 counties, whatever you want to call it. You have Sinn Féin and the DUP.
Yeah.
Now, people, if anybody's here to the British politics, if you're a Conservative supporter, you know what the DUP are like now. You've had 3 years of dealing with those bastards. God forgive me. But I just think it's obviously there was the whole Starboard was gone for 3 years and now it's back up. But they knew that they had to get a deal done, because if they didn't, they were heading towards an election where something sort of similar to what happened in the South could happen. You could have seen the likes of the SDLP or the Alliance Party heading way back up again, getting votes than what they used to.
Yeah, exactly. And they know, especially up the north of Ireland. Now, the north of Ireland's not just politics, religion kind of obviously comes into it as well. It's multifaceted up there. It's like different, different clans and all support different it's fucking weird. Look, I'm even surprised that, and you know what? Credit to the people of Northern Ireland, though. They've had all this shit for years, right? And they voted for peace, right? And okay, it's not perfect peace, and there seems to be a few factions starting to stir again because there's a bit of unrest. But hopefully now, if they could sort their act out. See, here's the problem: when you have a government up and storming like the way you do, and it still answers to the British government, and it's not an independent government of its own, it doesn't have its own purse strings. Well, then you're always going to have factions. You're always going to have fights. What needs to happen is, whether the people of Northern Ireland like it or not, or whether the British people in the UK like it or not, the only logical step for Northern Ireland to take is to unify with the South and
absolutely
one independent country. And this Ireland of Ireland, with the Northern Ireland people, part of the South, us working together as a people, will fucking achieve amazing things. Because the people up in the north, they do things up in the north that we're not even doing down here in the South. Comes to farming and stuff, they're very fucking advanced. So we're missing out on a lot. They're people. Look, whether they or not, they're part of us. Have Irish blood in them, whether they like it or not. Yes, you might have British relatives or whatever. I don't give a shit. You're Irish. You're part of us. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's funny because I know staunch Protestants who would say never would I vote for it, but they're like they would mock the Irish language. And if you read it 2 years ago, the Protestant people did speak Irish.
Yeah.
They spoke Irish.
I know.
And I'm an Irish nationalist, and I want that to happen. I do want there to be a United Ireland, and I do want there to be an independent Scotland too. I'd love to see Scotland get independence too.
Scotland should be out of there. Scotland and Wales. And it's not making the UK. You could still work together in partnerships, but Scotland should be able to self-determine their own future, just like Wales and just like the people of Northern Ireland and the Republic. This should be
that's my argument, when it comes to Scotland, because I'm obviously Scottish, so that is my argument, to be honest.
Sorry, young Scott, do you want to remain part of the UK, or would you like your country to be independent? I'll ask you a question, actually, and I know we've gone off a little bit, guys, right? But we're going to be finishing up soon, so just hear me out for a minute. Do you think, right, firstly, I asked you if you'd like an independent Scotland, but here's another thing. Do you think the Scottish government that you actually have right now would be capable, though, of running your country properly? Like, you're capable.
Like, I don't actually know, because right now the education system's gone down pan, but as well at the same time, though.
But
Oh,
that's not got to
like,
do with you getting money for Briss. See, this is the thing, though. This is why
yeah,
I asked you that question. It's like Northern Ireland. Like a lot of people blame Sinn Féin and the DUP for their problems up in Northern Ireland, right? I've heard that being actually Micheál Martin flung that at Mary Lou McDonald. You want to get into power, but yet you have ruined the North. That's what he
He's a
said,
prick.
right? But what she explained, and she rightly explained, well, she says when you control the purse strings, then you can have an opinion on it. Basically, she doesn't. Mary Lou's Sinn Féin does not, and neither does the DUP up there control the purse strings in Northern Ireland. This is what I'm saying to you. Yes, your educational system might be bad, but that might be down to the Scottish government. That could be down to the fact that you're not getting enough money off the pricks in London.
And you can't really blame Mary Lou for Sinn Féin's problems in the north. It's Michelle O'Neill, like.
She was in her 20s, for fuck's sake. Anyway, what you know what I mean? She that's the party she chose. We all choose a party.
Michelle O'Neill's the leader of the north, like.
Yeah, and she's doing a kick-ass job as far as I know.
And she's looking fine too when she's on it.
Right, so I mean, two strong women. I don't mind. See, people call me sexist and all. I don't look. I'd love our leader to be Mary Lou McDonald. I am hoping that when this is resolved, she comes out as leader of this country. Because not only because she's feisty, she will take no shit off nobody. You should see this woman speak, and she does have the peep, and you could tell she does. And this isn't just politics to her. You could tell that this woman wants to make a difference in this country. She wants to actually get rid of those old institutions. And you know what? This country is backwards anyway.
Do you think that there? When do you reckon? Do you think there will be? And if there is, what time frame would you say that there could be a border pull?
I would say within the next couple of years.
Because I would say that Scotland will get its referendum after the next election, which is next year, isn't it?
Yeah, it's next year, the next Scotland.
I think Scotland, if Scotland get another referendum, well then one is going to be pushed for by Sinn Féin for the North.
Oh, aye. But Boris will not allow it. If Scotland go, there is no way in hell he'll want to be responsible for breaking up the UK.
No, he won't, because he has talked about a whole keeping the UK, United Kingdom united. But here's the thing: some prime minister is gonna have to deal with this, because look at me and you know, Marty, it's gonna happen whether people like it or not.
Yeah.
It might happen in my lifetime, but this country will unite. UK at some stage will split up. Those countries will want to self-determine, and the Scots have been talking about it for years now. I'm surprised the Welsh haven't been as vocal, but they're starting to be vocal now.
They're starting to come around it.
But yeah, they're only just starting to come around. But to be honest, it's with you the next big political shake-up is actually going to be Scotland into becoming independent, and then you can actually say the same for Northern Ireland as well.
Well, Scotland
Northern Ireland
said if Scotland goes, the rest will go.
Yeah,
it's just a matter of time. Like, I would say if I was a betting man now and I had to say what way it'll go, I reckon next election, SNP will end up with a bigger majority. They'll get their poll. Yeah. They'll go. Then we'll have the next storm of elections. Sinn Féin may end up as the biggest party then over the DUP. That's your grounds for a border poll. So,
yeah, that's the thing. And the startling thing about that is if Sinn Féin managed to do that up in the north, it means then they've actually convinced some, as you said, Protestants that this is the best way to go, and that would be absolutely sensational, because then that would prove to me that the Irish people as a whole have moved on and want to move on and want to move forward. We've had 700 years of a past, right?
Yeah.
And it hasn't been good. Let's make the next 700 years something that we could be proud of. And you know what? The people of the North should be praised because that, Good Friday Agreement. I remember that I never thought, seriously, that night watching it, I set up with the man that we were all glued to RT News and they were waiting for some word to come out. And then we got the late night announcement. And when it was all agreed, everybody was like, yeah, they've said this before. And then when things start moving, and then we seeing flags being removed and stuff like this, I was like, holy shit, this is actually happening. And as I said, there has been relative peace up there. There has been a few nasty incidents over the last couple of years.
Yeah,
But,
I know even the Oma bomb happened just,
yeah,
I know I live outside Oma, and I just, it happened shortly after the Good Friday Agreement was signed.
yeah. And we also, the youth of today, unfortunately, have been brainwashed about the past. And some of them, unfortunately, up there want to start it all up again. Look at, yeah, I'm sorry, the country has moved on both sides of the border. The people,
I just
go
I
ahead.
just see a few people writing here about Scotland, and I know that the SNP doesn't speak for the whole of Scotland. Obviously, there's Scottish Conservatives, there's Scottish Labour and all.
Yeah.
But I remember, was it Alex Salmond? Well, no, he's not in a good position at the moment. He said, if I'm right, now please tell me in the comments if I'm wrong, because I probably could be wrong saying this. He says that the vote was a once in a generation, and there shouldn't be another vote unless something substantial happens. Well, you've had Brexit now. Brexit's happened.
Well, yeah, see, this is the thing, though, and that's why I think in this case, if the Scottish people, even if, if they have a second referendum and they decide to stay in the EU, then the Scots know the consequences of that. At least they all know.
Yeah.
Now, Brexit did happen. They're being forced to leave the EU. Now, as far as I know, the SNP and the Scottish people, if I'm correct, I don't know, are all in favour of staying in the EU. So there is benefits to the EU, but you have to kind of sell your soul. You have to sell your sovereignty, basically. That's what it is. That's the price to pay. Ireland used to be neutral, right? And the Irish government still tells, oh, you're neutral, you're grand. No. You just have a UN army. You just have a European army, and we have to actually supply soldiers to that army. So we are no longer neutral. So they basically, that's the price you pay, your sovereignty and basically your neutrality if you're a neutral country. That's what you have to give up, right? For all the money you get off
the reason I was all for staying in the EU is because of up here in the north, the amount of funding that different communities and different projects, and even like local GAA clubs that have got money.
And now it's gone to shit, I bet you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now
that money is not being replaced with what it should be replaced with, which is the UK government.
Yeah.
They're replacing that funding now, but they don't, because they don't give a shit.
Yeah.
At least in Europe, some parts of it they do give a shit, but there is a huge price to pay. I would rather be out. It was supposed to be a trade thing and nothing less and nothing more. And it's become this whole thing. It's got its own anthem and all now. It seems to be a nation of its own, and we're all part of that. I mean, I'm classed as European. I'm not. I'm fucking Irish.
Well, I have an Irish passport. I used to have a British passport, but after Brexit, I went and got my Irish passport. Yeah. So I don't care. You can laugh at me, whatever you like, and say I have an Irish passport that says that I'm a European citizen. I'm entitled to that. I will be using it.
Yeah. So no, being honest, fuck that, man. I hate that. I remember when I went away, you're from Europe. No, I'm from Ireland. Now Europe.
It's a bit like it's a bit like people from Northern Ireland going on holiday.
From the Republic of Ireland.
I'm the same. Whenever I've been abroad, people have always just called me, "Oh, you're from Britain," and you're like, "No, I'm Scottish.
Yeah, I know. I know.
It's funny because these guys I know who've gone on holiday, they've told me these stories. These real staunch unionist guys from Northern Ireland that they class themselves as British, and they would they know my views and I know their views, and we sort of take the piss out of each other, in a friendly way. But when they go on holiday, they're not referred to as British or unionists or whatever. They're Irish. It's sort of what my father says. If you're from the north or you're from the south and you go on holiday, it doesn't matter where you go, you're Paddy.
That's it. That's it. And here's the thing, though, right? There's one thing that Irish people hate, right? And I swear, especially for me. So I went away to Portugal. It was in the Algarve, and of course, when you go to Portugal, has a very let me just say, a lot of the travelers would be British, right? And me and a couple of lads from Ballyferma, up the road from where I'm living actually now, decided we'd go out onto the strip. So we came across a bar called Gary Lineker's. Right? A bar called Gary Lineker's, right? So we went in, right? And we walked in, and as soon as we turned around, right? Scottish jerseys, English jerseys, Welsh jerseys, right? I was like, oh, fuck. I said, there's no fucking Irish jerseys, right? But I had my Irish jersey on, but I had a tracksuit top on, right? So it was back in the time when you had tracksuit tops on. So I walked to the bar and I kind of like put on a fake English accent. Can I have a pint of beer, please, right? You're a Paddy, aren't you? I says, yeah, shh, say nothing. And then what does the bar do? Picks up the microphone. We have a couple of Paddies in here. He fucking face went red, the whole place. I'm not messing with you, right? This is not what I remember. Thought I was going to get the head kicked off me, right? I really did, right? Because still in those times, English and Irish, there was still a bit of tension there. But the people got on. It was just, the governments would cause the tension, but the people were kind of, here's, you might get some English prick or some Irish fella that think, oh, I'm going to take these fuckers on, right? So I turned around, and there they all are looking at me, right? And they're all, glasses in their hand. And they're all looking at me and say, oh, geez, sinister. And I said, fuck it. What did I do? I stood up on the bar, took me tracksuit top and go, fuck yes, all Irish! Oh my god!
But do you know something? I always find that when it comes to football, or not football, well, soccer. I call it soccer because football to me here is Gaelic.
Yeah, it is. I agree with you. You're right. We picked
because I call it soccer, but I always find there's rows. Doesn't matter where you go. There's always rows with soccer teams. But you see, when it comes to the GAA, you're from Dublin. I'm from Tyrone. If we met each other, we might have a bit of slagging, but there'll be no brawl. Compared to what there'd be in soccer.
Just to point out, Dublin would actually send Tyrone packing back up the north. If it's the football team right now, Dublin is on a bit of a renee. Actually, Dublin are doing very well these last few years.
Oh, well, we'll see how Desi Farrell fares when we come into the championship. Now we'll see how he fares.
Now, isn't it? Our boss has left us. So now,
I think Mickey Hart has to go. Mickey Hart has to go. He's been there too long.
Yeah, but so who did he replace Mickey Hart with them?
No, they haven't got rid of him yet. This is the rumor is this is his last year.
Kilkenny manager, what's his name? Cody.
Brian.
Yeah, he retired, then comes back. They never get rid of him either. Is he gone? I don't know.
I haven't a clue.
I don't watch the hurling. I watch the football now. I don't watch the hurling because
Dublin
hurling is actually pathetic. We actually did well a couple of years back, but yeah, when it comes to hurling, we're shit. But when it comes to the football,
well, I can't really say a bad word about Mickey Hart. Mickey Hart was actually in my house several times, so I can't actually say a bad thing about him. My brother actually used to play for Tyrone, so I can't really say anything bad.
Maguire in my hand. Do you ever get your hands on the Sam Maguire?
I was inside it. I had it 3 times in my house.
Yeah. See, that's the best thing about GAA, by the way, guys. For any of you that don't know, it's like county football, and then they have a national league. But the players, like it's not like full time. It's like they have
part time.
jobs and all like and stuff. But they're very because they're big. GAA, and Marty will agree with me here. GAA, unlike fucking the League of Ireland, they're very big into grassroots. So the GAA
Yeah.
is really involved in schools and youth centres. They have youth teams and stuff. So they bring any team wherever the county that wins the Sam Maguire obviously brings it around our county, brings it around all the schools. So I got to see the Sam a couple of times when I was in school.
Sam Maguire was on my bed. That's all I'll say to you.
Yeah, good old days. Good to reminisce about. Yeah, man. Do you remember when life was so much easier? And it was only about 20 years ago.
Hello. Hey, 2008, Tyrone had the Sam Maguire. David Tennant was Doctor Who. What more could you want?
Yeah.
I know.
Absolutely brilliant.
I know, and I wouldn't even mind. It's not even that long away when we think about it, though. And that's the sad thing. We've came this far in this short distance of a time, and then society has completely flipped.
Yeah,
I don't know. Well, do you know what? The next few months now in everywhere is going to be interesting in fandoms. Obviously, what's happening in different countries. There's different governments being upheaved, not just in Ireland, but there's other parties that are winning landslides in different countries.
America's going to be interesting now.
It's just everything is just flipped. But you know why there is? That's the people. No, that's the people telling the people that have been in charge for so long that they've had enough. And these people don't actually understand that. These people that were in charge, they don't understand why the people are so angry. Well, they're so angry because for years you've kept them down at a certain poverty. You've made things harder for them in their life. They're going to fight.
What way do you think the American election's going to go? I think Trump's going to win again, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I think he will.
I've been watching the whole thing unfold with the Democrats right now because my wife is American. But even before I met Cheryl, I was very big into American politics, and I'd watch the primaries, I'd watch the whole lot. So I'm watching the Democrats right now kind of tear each other apart, and I'm laughing. If they don't get their act together and actually get a candidate that they can actually universally get behind, Donald Trump is going to win by a landslide. And
the only person who I think,
people might hate me
I
for
can
saying
see
I'm not a Donald Trump lover. I just don't hate him as much as everybody else does. I just think there is some good things that he is doing, and whatever he's done in his personal life, which people seem to try, or comments that he made, I don't care. Do you think the American people care? If he's doing a great job, right, which he says he's doing, and which the economy seems to suggest he's doing, and the New York Stock Exchange, which has reached, I think, 6th time it's reached a record high. I mean, these are all facts and figures that you can't deny. So he's obviously doing something right. So, I mean, that impeachment was a joke from start. Look, I watched that trial. I watched all the so-called evidence. I listened to both sides, right? I didn't always agree with the Trump side on certain things, but did I think he did anything wrong? No, I don't think he did anything wrong at all. They didn't want Donald Trump in, right? Hillary was their woman, right? That's who everybody wanted in. And you know why they're all crying like little bitches? Because the murdering thieving bitch didn't get in. All right. Bottom line, she didn't get in. I was even watching videos, women crying, "Oh, we're going to have the first female president." Well, it didn't happen. Get over yourselves. And the reason it didn't, because she wasn't capable enough of taking on the Don. The Don destroyed her in every single bloody debate, right? And the best part of that debate was when he pulled out those 3 women that Bill Clinton was supposed to put his hands on, right? And his face said it all. He beat her fair and square, and he has hated, right? And he played it masterfully. And he went to all those little states in America that he knew that Hillary would ignore, and that's where he won the election.
Yep.
They're making the same mistakes again, going after him instead of actually getting behind the candidate and actually coming up with policies that can actually beat him.
The only one I like at the minute, I don't know what Cheryl thinks or you think, but just my opinion, at the start I was sort of thinking Biden, but now I'm sort of leaning towards Bernie Sanders.
Oh no, she said some outsider she wanted Cheryl. He said he hasn't got.
Pete Buttigieg or isn't he something?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, she said she didn't.
to be honest, though,
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
to be honest, though, Sanders is a lot like Jeremy Corbyn, though, if you think about it. But
Sorry, guys. I know some of you don't like talking about politics. Look, we're just talking about something different than Doctor Who. We're not having any fights. Nobody is having a go in the comments. Everybody seems to be actually all right with it. But if you just want to take it back to Doctor Who for the last couple of minutes, that's fine. No problem. We're just speculating. I mean, there's a lot of in the next few months and in November. There's big things are happening. So we have to, I know people don't like talking about it, but the thing about it is it does affect us all, even though it is American politics, unfortunately. The America is so big of a country that whatever happens in an American election actually impacts us all, because it does be interesting to see what kind of foreign policies a president might impact on Ireland and other countries like that. But no, you're right. We shouldn't be really talking about politics on the Tardis zone. So we will. Sorry about that. It all started because we start talking about Ireland. I like talking about my country, but it's
Same here.
It's in a messy situation right now. But I'm still we have a dark history in this country. There's certain things I'm proud of that this country has done. But for a small island, we've always punched above our weight. And, we haven't always done things wrong. We've gotten things right. And I'm proud of that. We do need to do a lot more in this country, but we're getting there. I just don't want us to go too woke. I don't look Ireland. The best thing we did was to pass that referendum, right? Everybody has the choice to marry whoever they want.
Yeah.
Right? That's brilliant. Right? Now, they're talking about other things now over here that I'm not really a fan of. We don't need to be going down the route the way in America and Australia, right? Everybody seems to be happy. Why push it any further? That's what I'm saying. Look at
if it broke, don't fix it.
That bloke saying he can't go and get a haircut because social structures around there make it uncomfortable. Just get your haircut, you dipshit.
Put a ball in your head and cut around it.
Jesus Christ almighty. And this is what we feed our kids, and this is what's wrong with them. Bernie Sanders, America will be eating their own pets after their economy crashes. Bernie Sanders is not getting anywhere, unfortunately.
No.
They'll screw him over again anyway. He had his chance.
Well, you see, if Bernie Sanders had went in 2016, I'd say he would have had a better chance than Hillary.
No, come here. If he was up against Don in the final, if it was just those two, I don't know. I think we'd be sitting here with a Bernie Sanders president, to be quite honest with you. I just don't see people thought Hillary was. See, this is the thing. Everybody thought, we get Hillary and she'll get the woman vote straight away, right? Fair
No.
And actually hate Hillary Clinton. Trust me, they don't like Hillary Clinton. They see through Hillary Clinton. Look at. I don't know if many people are aware, but there's a lot of films made about her and the Clintons in general and documentaries. They're one of the shadiest families going, and our husband Bill
I can't stand it.
I thank him for what he did.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
I thank him for what he did up the north in the peace process. He'll always have Irish people's gratitude for that, and he will, right? But let's not beat around the bush here. He was a dirty bastard, right? And basically he got caught, right? And there's other times where his wife covered up for him. And also, by the way, even without all of that, the fact that the Benghazi debacle and all those emails, that should have been it anyway. How Americans saw that she was actually good enough to be president when she made something, a mistake, or did that and then deleted them. And by the way, when she says that she didn't know, and if you ever see where she's being questioned, you can actually see that she's lying through her teeth. This woman was untrustworthy, and she was in power right now. The world, right now, America would be at war with Russia and probably North Korea. We'd be actually in the middle of a world war. Everybody said, "Oh, Donald Trump will cause a world war." Donald Trump does not want any wars. I don't know where people are getting this from. All he has ever tried to do is actually, he said he'll go after the terrorists, which he has done, right? But he hasn't started any new wars. What new wars has Donald Trump actually started? Zero. How many years was Barack Obama in power for?
8 years.
And all that time, every single day, he dropped the bomb. So don't be, you know what? And he got the Nobel Peace Prize. That's how fucking stupid this world is. We gave a man that dropped the bomb every single day a Nobel Peace Prize, and we slayed Donald Trump because he went after a terrorist a few months back.
I know a few guys who have their own companies who moved from the north to America and got their visas set up and everything, and they've said that they're American citizens now, and I think they said they're going to vote for him because he's just turned the entire economy around. They can't believe how big business is going. Like,
yeah, because he did what the Democrats have refused to do. He got rid of all that red tape. That, remember, Obama came in with "yes, we can" and change, right? He actually did absolutely nothing. And I wish people would stop praising that man, because watch the documentary by Michael Moore. It's called 11/9, right? It's about the night of the election. Now, he's not a Donald Trump fan, right? But there's one thing within that documentary, right? Because he kind of veers off in this documentary. He doesn't actually concentrate on Donald Trump totally on this, and it was supposed to be about Donald Trump, how he got elected. But he goes to this town in America somewhere, and President Obama is the president at the time. And this community, right, the water is basically poisoned, right? And the governor, or the governor that's in charge, knows that the water is poisoned, but he still allowed the people to drink the water. Now, the result of that is that kids have died, and they've got this blood yolk that can never be cured, and their kids will have it, right? Obama flew into that place, right? He was president, flew into that place, and the African American community thought he was there, and he was going to call. That's what they wanted. They wanted him to call a state of an emergency, right? And he didn't. What he did, he pulled the stunt. He says, "Get me a glass of water." Starts doing the fake cough. And then he goes, "Oh, I'm not fake coughing. I really need a glass of water," right? Mm-hmm. So stupid. So they hand him a glass of water. And I swear, do you ever see where news reporters, and they get a beer and they fake drink the beer because they can't drink beer live on TV, so they pretend to drink the beer? That's what he did with the water, and he puts the water down and he leaves. They wanted him to call a state of an emergency, right? He was told the water was poison, and still he pretended to drink that water, and he fucked off. He didn't care about the African American community either. He only cared about himself. And I wish America would open their eyes up. Trump has done more for you than President Obama did in his 8 years. I'm not his biggest fan. I actually think he's an asshole personally. I think he is a bit of a creep. Did he do those? Did he sexually assault women? I don't know. Nobody will know. The story's out there, but we don't know. But if there's no evidence to show me, and they haven't locked him up now, well, then obviously there's none. He's president now. He's doing a good job. Let him do his fucking job in peace. For fucking, how long has he been president now? And he's had nothing but every day had to fight. Right? Can you not let him go?
Like where we just passed his first term, was there not another election coming up this year?
Pam Cope says it there. I'm no Trump fan, but there is a lot of historical nonsense spoken about him, and it's quite laughable. You're right. But he doesn't help himself sometimes. But look at Donald Trump was always that brash. Donald Trump was always that harsh. Everybody knew Donald Trump from The Apprentice and knowing him growing up in America, right? You knew what kind of man they were voting in. The reason why they voted him in because they wanted a man like that in the White House because they wanted someone that was no nonsense to sort out their fucking economy. And I think he has. But listen, I'm not here to talk about Trump anyway, right? I don't care what happens. Just once America doesn't start wars with people and the world is in relative peace, I don't care.
As long as they don't go to war with Ireland, old mate, you'll be happy.
That's it. And once I can drink me Guinness in peace, then I don't give a shit. And I don't want to see any US jets flying over me head ever. That's it. So we'll say no more about them. But look, November is going to be interesting to see what happens anyway. And it's interesting times here. But back to Doctor Who. So, guys, we've got 2 days to go. We're actually officially in Saturday morning here now. So, 10 past 1. We've gone over time, but I don't mind because we'll give them a bit of Doctor Who because we have actually spoken about Trump for about 15 minutes. So, 15 minutes of Doctor Who. Right. So, we're obviously a day, if we might as well say 2 days, right, for some people, from the first episode of the series finale. What's it? The Ascension of the Cybermen, isn't it?
Yeah, the Cyber.
Right. So, guys, any theories? Have you any theories yourselves on what you think might happen in this episode, or what do you? Hoping he doesn't do the whole canon thing. But
God, no, please.
What would be satisfactory for you?
I'm hoping that he doesn't do it because that'll permanently just kill any passion I have left.
It's if he wrecks what has come before, it'll be a massive kick in the teeth to the estates of William Hartnell, Patrick Troughton, John Pertwee, John Hurt, even.
I've got something to actually show you, Marty. Thank you. I got reminded in the actual comments. So there's a photograph actually going around. I don't know.
God.
Apparently, this episode.
Is that the one?
Let me tell him because I want to hear his reaction to this. Trust me, because I know it's not going to be a nice one, right? Because my reaction was they better dare not, right? Anyway, so apparently this episode is set during the Irish Civil War.
Oh Jesus!
There's a Garda uniform. It looks like, and I have to say, I've seen the picture. It does very much look like a Garda.
Sweet mother.
Early Garda uniform. I think during the Civil War or the fight of India. We don't know which one. It's either the Irish Civil War or the obviously 1916.
I think it's the Irish Civil War, personally.
Yeah, I think it's a bit later. I think it's the 20s. Yeah, I think it's the Civil War. War.
He needs to be very, very, very careful.
I said, this is so. Look, it's all right fucking around with English history, right? You can fuck around with your own history all you want, right? But when it comes to our history, this is something that we are fucking absolutely protective of. If you're going to do this, you do this with respect. I'm waiting. See, this is why I'm going live because if this ends up being, I'm telling you.
No, well, I'm telling you now, right?
Go on.
If he makes an arse of Irish history, you and I are taking a one-way flight from Dublin to Cardiff, and we're going to storm that building. We're going to grab that man. And we're going to throw him from a helicopter into shark-infested waters and watch as he pleads for his life. God forgive me.
I'm telling you, but look, I know some of you might think Marty's going overboard here, but you don't understand where we're coming from. I suppose if it was You see, even if he did it the British history, he is one to kick up a stink. But this is the Irish Civil War. This is brother against brother, sister against sister, mother against mother, and father. No, yeah, father against father. Basically, all families, cousins, aunties, uncles ripped apart, whatever side of the argument you are on. I have to get this. I'll try get this photograph up for you and show you, and tell me what you think.
He's an absolute disgrace. He cannot do this because that's a very sensitive issue, as you've already explained.
It's a sensitive issue, and especially in Ireland, you can't be pricking around with stuff like this. This is
I always had this idea that, when I heard about the historical episodes for Series 11 and Graham O'Brien, I always thought that Graham was going to end up having some sort of Irish heritage, and that we were going to see sort of a historical, the way Demons of the Punjab and Rosa were, where we would get an Irish set episode that's set during the 60s or 70s, during the Troubles or something.
Yeah.
But it looks... the series finishes on March 1st, and then the end of series review will begin. Do you know what? I actually don't really care now at this stage. I
hope we just get rid of Chibnall as soon as possible now, to be honest.
I'm gonna play this trailer. Do you know what? I shouldn't really, but at this stage I don't really give a flying crap. Do you know if it doesn't get... It's just... How do I do this? Right. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll knock the sound off.
Yeah.
Right. I think I might be able to get away with it that way. Now, I just want to make sure, though, it's the right trailer, because I want to get the actual uniform up to show Marty. You won't believe this, mate. I was like, seriously?
That's horrible. You can't mess about with that.
If it starts and if the episode starts there and it ends up with somebody getting abducted, because I think is this the next time trailer you're showing me?
This is...
I think it might be, Marty.
Because the guy who's pointing the gun at the Garda looks very like the boy who is the Cyberman.
No, the Cyberman is the cop, I think.
Is the cop?
Yeah, I think the Garda is the fucking Cyberman. I think that's what some people were saying. That's what I'm trying to get. I can't find this image. I'm trying to get this image up for you. Hold on. I think it's on me fucking Twitter. I have to get this up and show you. I think, did they say he was the Cyberman?
Because I thought it was the guy who was pointing the gun at the Garda. That was the Cyberman.
You have seen the photo then. You have actually seen the photo, but that Garda is in handcuffs. He's actually in handcuffs as well on a chair. They show a couple of photographs. I actually put it up on a video. It was on the latest images that I'd gotten my hands on. Hold on, I'm just trying to see if I have it here handy. I'm on my Twitter account now, so
I think I might have sent it to you through Facebook Messenger, maybe.
It might have been, yeah. I'm pretty sure it was you that actually sent it.
I just think, if they're gonna...
Well, a lot of other people have said it is a Garda uniform on Twitter as well when they seen it. So I'd be all right if it started there and ended up somewhere else, but I just don't know.
He's going to be put within that setting. You know what Chibnall's like.
There was a theory going around on Gallifrey Base, right?
Mm-hmm.
That said that at the end of that, Captain Jack apparently is in this episode, according to this person, whether it's true or not, I don't know. And what happens is, now you're going to like this. The two of you are going to like this. Apparently, she is going to get captured and end up going through the conversion process, Jodie.
Oh yeah.
And
yes.
Captain Jack comes in. Captain Jack comes in, shuts the thing down, and what happens is her mind ends up, her subconscious ends up going from her body to Ruth, and then that leads into the final episode, and we find out about the whole timeless child thing. So I don't know how true that is, if it's rubbish or what, but I think it'd be interesting.
That ties into my theory that I have, because I've said that Ruth and Jodie are not actually different doctors from within this timeline. They're actually the same doctor. The doctor's synapses are, as you said, their consciousness or whatever you want to call it. During our regeneration, something happened, because remember, Ruth used the chameleon arc, so the chameleon arc was in the TARDIS, if I remember correctly. So
this theory is also saying that Graham, and Yaz are all going to be killed off. The three of them are gone.
Yeah, they are. I've been told they're gone. And I well believe they are gone.
Now, I wouldn't want Bradley Walsh to go. Personally, if it was me going to Series 13, I want Bradley Walsh and John Barrett with her to Series 13. That's what I'd want. But it's not going to happen.
Yeah, they're all going to die, the keeper onions, I think.
It's...
That's annoying me. I can't find these photographs. I put them up somewhere. I'll put them in video form, but I thought I saved them. Oh, they're on the video, obvious of seeing them, but it definitely looks like an Irish Garda, and all I'm just saying, but it still wouldn't make sense them starting there and then just not to, they'd have to, you know what I mean, but that is Chibnall, he doesn't address shit, so if he did that, then I don't really care, but still, even if, and they didn't film in Ireland anyway, so it wasn't filmed in Ireland, so wherever they filmed this, we weren't made aware of it here, because trust me, if it was filmed in Ireland, I would have known, Marky would have known, and I'm pretty sure me and Marty probably would have met at filming location.
You're damn right.
So it
wasn't. There was a rumor that they were going to film Series 11. I mean, a part of it in Bad Bridge, but that never happened.
Nah, half the Series 11 was shot in South Africa, if I remember.
It's the problem I just have is this whole. It's not going to sit well with me watching, like, if they're going to start, like, capturing Irish guards and bringing them in and converting them and us seeing that. I just don't think, it just doesn't going to sit well with me, that.
Well, it won't. Or he uses, dare I say it, people's body parts.
I know.
Oh no, you're not thinking what I think,
Yes. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well,
what are you saying?
He's capable of doing that, and he did say that these Cybermen were more cybernetic than normal. So maybe the flesh is dead, and that's why they have more cybernetics.
Are you trying to tell me that they're going to use dead Irish people?
Well, if you look at the lone Cyberman. Look at the lone Cyberman. He's a half-converted human with emotions, and he's got scars on his face. So
oh my God! Like, you know what I can just picture now? Can you imagine these Cybermen all going into the middle of Dublin or something, as the partitions being signed, or something like that, and then captured?
We can't do that, can you?
Well, look, I doubt he's doing it. The uniform might be similar. It could end up being a Scottish uniform. They just had to use or an early English uniform, but it does look strikingly like a Garda uniform because it has the hat. And only Irish Garda wore that hat, as far as I'm aware. You wore the bob hats, the bobby hats. We wore proper hats like the military. Oh, I don't know, man. When Marty actually was you that sent me those photographs. Well, then if that's the case, I still fucking because obviously I didn't delete them because we talk on message.
It's not going to settle well with me seeing, like, I could deal with a story set in Ireland, but as long as they treat everything the way it's the facts are portrayed the way they're supposed to be, and it's not one-sided. But if you're going to go on and start messing with Irish history, and
that is Irish, I have it here. That is, I'm going to put it up somehow. I have to go in. You're in Messenger, so Yeah, I'm gonna show you this, guys. It is a Garda uniform. It is. It's
Oh,
definitely.
Jesus
It's even the
Christ.
clothes. It's even the clothes for the time period and all. It's even the
Jesus
clothes.
Christ.
Oh,
And I'm looking at the gun as well because I never
oh
know.
no, is that an Irish gun as well?
No, the gun is actually an alien gun, though. Oh, so it mightn't be all that. Oh, okay. The gun looks a bit alien. Watch. Hold on. What am I looking for? Me Facebook. And then Messenger. And I'll show you this. But it's definitely a Garda uniform. It definitely looks like it's Ireland. They're trying to portray Ireland because it's in a green field, and I know that's the kind of, but that's the way Ireland really actually is. We do have beautiful landscape with various buildings. I'm not saying that we all live in huts, but right.
Don't get me wrong, I'd love to see the Tardis land in Ireland, no, but for the love of Christ, please don't
Yeah,
interfere.
Yeah, not that.
Enough of this. Right, shared photos. So this is the photo you shared with me. So I think if I just click into this photo, it should just come up on the screen, shouldn't it? It does. Right. This is definitely a Garda uniform. Now, we know because we're Irish. So, like,
Yeah.
if anybody says it's not, you're wrong. You're wrong. Right? Trust me, you're wrong. Right. So, this is set, and it was the uniform of the period. Now, that gun is alien because you can see it's hollow there. So, it's not a real.
Oh, Jesus Christ, so I shall right.
Right, so it's hollow there. So, that's an alien gun. But there's this is what gives it away. Irish
Yeah,
uniform.
you're right.
They're this hat here, but this symbol here, see this? These Gardaí still wear that today on their hats, and these buttons, everything it's exactly spot on. It's spot on. This is definitely an Irish Garda uniform. And now
Yeah.
the question that I have to ask is why? What is your plan?
And the last is the last of humanity in Ireland. Is that what they are? Are they in Ireland?
I don't know, but there is something in the background there. It looks like a tower.
There's something fishy going on here.
Plot twist: Gallifrey is actually in Ireland.
And this, as you can see, this is hollowed out. This is a U shape with kind of semicircle here. Then you've got the black. I don't know what this is, but he is pointing it, so it is a gun of some sort. But it's definitely not. It's definitely not of the time period. So,
but if you look at that, if you look at the trailer, it looks like a revolver. If you watch the trailer, it looks like a revolver. He's pointing at him.
Yeah, it does actually.
Right, hold on. The trailer will be up on Twitter.
Yeah, if you put up the trailer and take out the sound and like sort of slow it down, it looks like he's pulling a revolver on him.
We'll get the trailer on Twitter. I'll go to BBC site and I'll maybe slag them as well while I'm there. No, I won't.
So I can go on for a bit of fun.
I like poking them the odd time with a stick, but
so da.
I just want them to block me. That's all, but they never do. So like again. Oh, the trailer.
Yeah, the trailer. And try and slow it down and cut the sound out so you don't get a copyright strike.
No, don't worry. We're doing well. Here we go. Show me the Doctor Who. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is a lot. Do I have to start? Am I going to have to start putting in keywords again for Love Island again? Am I?
Love Island? Christ.
Fuck's sake. Stupid fucking poxy thing back on again. I thought that, come on, man. I'm not being smart here, but how many people associated with that show actually have to kill themselves before you dickheads on ITV2 or whoever makes Love Island?
Is that not 5 people now?
Yeah, that's a 5. There you go.
No, 3. It's 3 actually. I think it's 3.
Oh, it's 3. Right. So
it was 2 contestants and then Caroline Flack.
Caroline Flack. Right. Enough is a fucking enough. Jesus Christ.
But they would say that it wasn't us, it was the media. It was the way media portrayed her. But the media did do a lot of it.
They're part of it. They're part of the fucking problem.
The media did blacken her a lot.
Yeah, they have been blackened. And I like Caroline Flack. Look, I don't give a shit what happened between her and her boyfriend, right? The problem that I have is that the boyfriend didn't want to press charges, but the Crown prosecution decided to. And the result of that was then she got bullied by trolls, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a lot of factors in it. It's not just Love Island though. It's the Crown prosecution as well, and it's also everybody else, the media, the newspapers, and there's this stupid fucking trailer. Right, it's only 12 seconds long. That is a Garda uniform.
Oh, Christ.
I'm just gonna.
I think it's a revolt.
No, don't you dare! You're not getting me. Don't you dare! I know she's a playing that.
Yeah,
Chip is
try.
a media.
Chibby's.
Yeah, try and put the phone.
I did, and Chibby's tried to feckin' yeah. I see what you did there, Chibby's. Yeah, money messing Chibby's didn't do that, and it was me, my stupidity. Right. Don't mind this, right? You're just gonna see this on the screen for now, right? I'm just gonna am I back in? Yeah, scroll down to this stupid trailer. Right, and we'll do it frame by frame as the lads have said, but I will big screen it. Just hope the sound doesn't come on this time. Right, there we go. So this trailer has been watched 21,000 times actually on Twitter. That's actually not bad. I have to actually admit that isn't bad. Well, I get more views, so yeah. Right, so here we go. So Lon Soberman. So there's the Cyberman. Hold on, we'll go back. She's doing a scrunchy face there. So as you can see there, see he's got scrapes on him there. So he must have been only. Oh, hold on, that's not the same. Is that the same bloke? Is that Yaz?
No, that's not Yaz. No, that's not Yaz.
Right.
There's kind of look like, yeah.
Right, but but he's not as dead looking. He's not as grey. So this must have been early conversion. This must have been earlier in this war. Right, so we'll move on from that Cyberman scene with a bit of the lens flare. Then we have Jodie's scrunchy face because
is it on this trailer that shot?
Oh, the trailers have been bad. There's great.
But is the scene with the Garda in this trailer?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
It is. So I've already seen it.
Because that'll be part of the next time, but see what it says next time. Oh, see, that's when you get the Garda.
Jesus, why is this taking so slow? There's Jodie again with another scrunch face. She really does look.
And she still looks constipated.
Now, don't worry. It says, now, here we go. Here's the part with the Garda. Right. So, back. Right. Do you know what? Feck it, I'm playing it. So, there he is. Right. So we go back.
That just doesn't sit well with me, that.
Now, here's the thing. I've also been told, I haven't actually seen the names, but apparently some of these actors are from Ireland. Right. So
no, that's your guy there. That's the guy that's the Cyberbot.
Yeah, and he's Irish.
Is he actually Irish?
I think he's the one that's holding that gun in the trailer to the young cop. So that would make him Irish, unless there she is. Now they're at a church. They've made a big deal that she's at this church, which means that there's something going on with that church. But that was the cop. That wasn't the trailer that he was talking about. He's talking about the longer trailer. There's a longer version of this trailer. Oh, there's my Twitter account, as you can see there. That's what it's like on the Tardis zone for any of you that have never seen my Twitter account. It gets pretty, some weird posts up there and stuff, and people do their own little videos and stuff. Yeah, and there's Leo. Oh, Leo. Leo has been hung out to dry by the EU, says Coffee House. Well, a bunch of people that drink coffee writing political articles, I wouldn't be listening to them. Is Marty still there? He's gone very quiet.
He's dropped out, so you might need to add him back in.
Okay, I'll just do that now. Hold on. Or he's probably at the hitting his screen so hard.
Yeah.
I wouldn't blame him.
But see,
Fucking Verazker.
but see, to be honest, though, Chibnall shouldn't go anywhere near that. To be honest with you, he's
Well,
a
if he does, right? If he does and he messes it up, don't worry. Doctor Who won't be just getting complaints off the British people about how shit.
Don't you worry. Don't you worry. If he shits over Irish heritage, if I end up taking over as producer, there will be an episode set in 1690 at the rise of fucking King Billy, and it'll be shit over too.
Oh, by the way, this is this stupid bear thing. So there's the penis. So as you can see, that's the shaft, right? As you can see, there's the shaft, right? And you see, they've actually put a line here. So if anybody is familiar with a penis that isn't, that doesn't have actually girls, you don't have a penis. So if you're familiar with a man's penis, you will see that penis, something like this here. So, but someone has actually turned it around and has two little circles down here, and it looks like a set of balls. So we've got a David Tennant version, right? Or you can get the Jodie Whittaker version with the penis. So if you don't like the orange penis, you can buy the blue penis. Right? So that's your Build-A-Bear. This is the kind of merchandise that they want to sell to your children. They want your children to have a penis screwdriver. I'd really be concerned if I were you.
Oh, God.
Now, there you go. As you can see, there's the planks. There's 1, 2, and 3. Graham always will get me respect, even though he hasn't been great in this series. But and then we've got the legends.
Jesus Christ! You know that shot below there? That looks like the Battle of Rodsker of fucking Ballard. That shot there, it looks like something that was taken during the series 11 finale.
Yeah, it doesn't look at them there. Now remember, Ryan has a disability, but he's gone around with a keep the world. Oh, so I just want to get this straight. So apparently in this episode, they go back to a time where the human race has been nearly wiped out, and there's only a few people. But Ryan has managed to get your climate change bollocks into this episode with your look at he has your keep bag there. Look, so
your bag for life.
Oh, listen, your bag for life. So the human race has gone to shit, right? And everybody is nearly dead. That's the synopsis of this episode. But yet they managed to keep a bag for life just to get in. Oh, remember, guys, even though we're not hammering home about climate change this week, just get your green bags.
What do you think's going to happen at the end of? What do you think they're saying that this cliffhanger? I think I seen one reviewer guy that said that this is the mother of all cliffhangers. So what do you think this is?
I don't know.
He's saying it's the mother of all cliffhangers. So maybe he's hyping it up. Maybe there is some truth to it, but I just wonder what you think the cliffhanger going into the next episode will be.
The cliffhanger is probably going to end with something like that, a reveal. It'll be a reveal of something and you'll make us wait. But there you go, as I showed you. So as you can see, David Tennant's one is not too bad there. It doesn't look like a penis, actually, when you look at it there. But see Jodie Whittaker's one there. And then someone actually drew here and said, they're the veins. Right, so they're the veins. Right? And this is supposed to be the two nuts. And of course, this is your. We won't go there, but that's.
Oh my God!
So this is what they're selling to your kids, though. And by the way, I know everybody is laughing, probably having a joke, because they are making a joke and a laugh of it. But that's actually totally disgusting. And I'm not a prude, but that is disgusting. That does look like a male appendage. I'm sorry. Oh, I think this might be the full trailer now. Oh no, it's still the 15-second trailer. There
Now,
she
this is see this shot here now of her here. If you click into that, right? Do you see the gravestone? No, you can't see it in that one.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. It's on the
But
side.
apparently, it says there are people that are saying it says Jack is written on that gravestone. There's other people that says that the grave says "fuck you." Now I don't know what's wrote on it, but there's a lot of people saying it says Jack. There's a lot of people that says fuck. I don't know.
Well, I don't know because looking at that shot there, right? That looks like they've added this smoke here to this picture. So they probably are actually clearing up that was probably photoshopped that part. It'd be very interesting. Has anybody got a picture of that gravestone there, the headstone, without this fog? Because if you actually look at that image, that has been added. You can see by the jacket. Look at even at the jacket there. That's being added after the fact. That smoke is not around her. That's being added onto the picture. They covered this gravestone up because look at how it gets all patchy here. This is being good. This has actually been covered up. If anybody has the original picture, because I think you're right. I think you could see that headstone. Let's see if there's any.
And I think it'll be on the I think it'll be one of the Irish he tells the I think it'll be one of the
God, there he is.
Irish soldiers. Because why else would the highlight in a gravestone?
I'm just waking up and wait.
There's the guy that's ruined our beautiful show.
I'm just waiting to wake up someday and see that stare down from the ceiling at me, that face.
I know that Chapman.
Yeah, see, I want to study some of these pictures, see if there's any reference to Ireland. Right, what's this here?
I
can't zoom in. Right, so this is this Cyberman, obviously. There he is. I have to say, I have to agree with people that said that this is not their favorite design. It looked so much better in the photos.
Yeah.
It's actually shit. I can't wait to see the other Cybermen. But now what's this though? See, I wish I could zoom in on these photos, but I can't. Damn, because that looks like a fan.
I thought it was like an old camera for a second when I seen it.
They're cables. So that's definitely an aerial. Well, that's modern. That's definitely modern day Earth anyway, right? So that's modern day Earth. Right? See, BBC America sometimes drop an image and they're not supposed to, and then sometimes they just leave it up because they're idiots. So
look at that.
Now this is the scene that everybody.
No, this is where this theory's coming in that she's going to be converted.
Right, let's see. Let's see. It's an article. It's not an actual picture. Let's have a look.
As a conversion unit is for you.
Right, I'll have to get rid of that page so this page loads up. Right, this is on. It's an entertainment exclusive. Jodie Whittaker is humanity's last hope in Doctor finale. So a woman is our last hope. You couldn't say the Doctor. You said Jodie Whittaker. She's not Jodie Whittaker. She's the Doctor. So get your facts straight. If you're actually going to do an article, Jodie Whittaker couldn't save a bloody fly. She's no, because she's that confident. Jesus Christ, man! Even looking at her, man, she looks like a blunder. Right. Oh, is this? No, hold on. This is this trailer. They just put the whole article on her, haven't they? Who gives a crap? Right, here we go. If it's this trailer again, I'm gonna go mad. Can you see something? I don't know if you can see it.
No, not yet.
No, not yet. You need to shoot it.
I bet you it's the same trailer. Watch. Well, yeah, I pressed play about an hour ago. Come on. See, this episode
It's
has
as slow as a new series of Doctor Who.
Oh, here we go. If it's a 15-second trailer, I'm gonna go crazy because that's what it is. Oh no, this is different. Oh, it's a new trailer. It's a new trailer.
All right, shows.
It's a new trailer.
I thought you hated this era.
Yeah, I thought that too. You sold out.
Why would you just bring back Rose Tyler for you fucking idiots? I'm only messing. I'm only messing. I better put that out there real fast. This video's not playing for me. I'm going mental because this is a new video. Oh, here we go. Here we go. And the sound is on. You fucking assholes. Why do you do that? You shouldn't do nothing.
Is that the sound off now?
You bloody fucking. Right, we're seeing a clip of this new Dr. Julie Graham. Well, I'm calling her the new doctor because I do believe she's part of the same doctor. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I did something wrong. Right, I have it now. I'm under control. I have it. Right, he's ready for this?
Yeah.
Do you know what?
Yep.
Feck it. Do you know what? I mean, this stream, it doesn't matter if they demonetize this stream. We've had a good time. And you know what? Few people threw in a few super chats anyway, so who gives a shit? So, right, so here we go. I'm just going to play it for you.
Yeah.
It's a 1 minute and 6-second clip. We're already 9 seconds in, so I'm going to try, because for some weird reason, my computer won't let me fucking bring it back. Look for you. And I'll play this clip for you. Oh, did anybody see the Baby Yoda merchandise? And if you did you like that animatronic Baby Yoda? And if you didn't, then there's something fucking wrong with you.
Yeah, Baby Yoda's, you have to admit that.
Baby Yoda is cool. Best thing that they did over there. And it happens to be a rip-off of, well, we don't know who Baby Yoda actually is, do we? Right, he's ready for this?
Yeah.
Right, world exclusive. Oh, there's that headstone, actually, that everybody was talking about. So that's where Jodie Whittaker will stand. So see, right, here we go. Oh, no, it's not.
How are the repairs?
Piece of cake.
Right.
Ground round's completely fixed, completely fine, we're good to go.
She's definitely a doctor.
No. But you always look at me with those puppy dog eyes and say, please tell me it's good news.
And he's a companion.
A day, maybe
Yeah,
more.
and she was in Sarah Jane Adventures.
Yeah, the reason why we're just talking is because obviously if we talk untold, this works. Wow.
Holy shit.
Okay,
That's,
that looks impressive. I have to admit, that looks impressive.
That's Cyberman chips.
They always find
Well, I thought they were the helmet ships. Remember, I put up a photo.
You said it was too good.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just want to be wrong.
She is very doctor-like, isn't she?
It is, I'm telling you. She's the other part of the...
Who are you?
And he's companion. He's a companion.
Graham, Ryan, and yeah, don't worry about where we're from. Concentrate on how we can help.
Oh my God, that's an interesting clip. I think we should play that again.
Yeah.
This is probably one of the more interesting clips that we've actually ever gotten, to be quite honest with you.
And that'll be the most excitement you'll probably get from the episode.
Yeah, with that little bit now that we've just seen, right? Marty said the same thing as well. What do you guys think? Do you think she looks a bit doctory? I think he does sound very companion-like. He acts like a companion. I'm telling you, this kind of keys in what all these companions are basically guardians and have been guarding. This has all been a plan. They knew this was going to happen. Maybe the Time Lords of the time, or as I said, the Tardis put all these plans in place. Because remember, the TARDIS is living. So
So something similar to the way your guy Lee was in The Fugitive of the Junoon.
Right, he's ready for this again.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna see if I can whack up the volume this time though, because to be quite honest with you, the volume is actually quite shit on this BBC America video. Right, seems to be up all the way. Here we go again, guys.
Yeah.
So if we do talk over it, it's just because you know yourselves, we're trying to avoid.
We don't want it to get a copyright strike.
Well,
So
again,
that's why we're talking.
this looks like this is the graveyard, and this is where she's been working, wherever she is. Oh, that's a planet there, so we're not on Earth.
Okay. Grab wrap.
Did you see that, guys? We're not on Earth.
Yeah, seen that.
There, see,
So,
right.
and
There
so,
you go.
and,
We're not
and
on
so,
Earth. Why does it look like
you just, you just think it is.
Hold on. But hang on, right? These here, these pylon, this is what we put electrical cables on. There's the cables running across. That's Earth-like, right? That's an old style Earth house, but there's a big ass.
Mondas.
Yeah, Mondas.
Oh, I think I know where they are.
Mondas has to be.
It's got to be Mondas.
Could this be the end? Could this be the final days of humanity in Mondas?
Oh.
Could Ireland be on Mondas? Could there be an Irish version of Mondas?
Ah, no way. But still, I still wouldn't like if they're doing if it's in the period now. Right. But that was interesting, right? So we didn't see that. So we'll try see if we saved that. Right, so there's the planet there. So it's clearly on a different planet. So we're not on Earth here. That's a planet there, or unless that's Air Moon. And it's somehow they've pushed the moon towards the Earth or something.
I don't think so. I think it's on the dash, to be honest.
Right, let's continue on. This is interesting though. We should have this is brilliant.
How are the repairs?
Right, so there's a couple of more people here. So we got people here, and then we seen this dude here, and there was a couple of more dudes there. So this looks like a place where they've set up camp anyway.
Grab wrap completely fixed, completely fine. We're good to go.
Really?
No. You always look at me with those puppy dog eyes and say, "Please tell me it's good news."
How long will it take?
A day, maybe more. I promise I'm doing everything I can.
I know you are. But those last signal bursts indicated that we don't have
It's too soon.
Have to say those ships.
They wouldn't find us.
They always find us.
I said I hoped there weren't any left. You said it was too good to be.
So hang on though. You said you couldn't find them, right? But the Judoon were looking for a doctor as well. So are these the Judoon? So
Yeah, they were looking for her.
I don't know, man.
You hear the guy says at the start, how's the repairs coming along?
Yeah.
What are they repairing? The TARDIS?
No, because
Oh,
I don't think she's aware she has the TARDIS, just like Ruth's doctor wasn't aware. I don't think she's aware. I think she has a certain amount of knowledge. This one, I think Ruth probably went deeper than she has. I think she has some knowledge,
But she probably does have the TARDIS. The TARDIS is probably there, but she doesn't know it.
So she was then.
no, right. Ruth, Jodie, and this one, if the theory that I'm going with, are the same person. So basically, there's a bit of Jodie's mind, say the doctor's mind in her. There's a bit of doctor's mind in Jodie, and there's a bit of the doctor's mind in Ruth. And basically, like a jigsaw puzzle, you have to put each of them back together. That's why there's chameleon arcs. I don't think that that when the Chameleon Arc opened in the lighthouse, that was supposed to be Ruth. Maybe Jodie was supposed to be there in the place to pick up another part of her, if you get what I'm trying to say. It's like a jigsaw. I know it's hard to explain, but right, let's see what happens here.
Would you like some help?
Right. Right, go back there for a minute. Who are you? So there's a gun. So it's definitely alien weaponry. Right, I might have went too far. Right, so she says it's too soon, blah 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 blah, and then like, who the hell are you? And don't ask any questions. We're the fam. We're gonna come in, fuck things up, but like, we're gonna take the credit for it. There's the fam. There's our scrunchy face. Look, she just can't help with the scrunchiness.
I know.
Seriously, look, every scene, it's just a scrunch. Like, come on. So then
I know. So bad.
I have a gun there bigger than yours, and she says, basically, shut the fuck up. We're here to help. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you who I am. It's not important. Like, we're just going to swan in here, even though you have no reason to trust us, and we're going to help you.
Yeah, look at us coming with our fucking little bags for life, too.
Yeah, right. That's what I said to you, man. The world has ended, and he still managed. And by the way, if we're on an alien planet, they wouldn't have a bag for life. Fucking Egypts.
I stupid.
Who are you? Where'd you come from?
Graham, Ryan, and Yaz. Don't worry about where we're from. Concentrate on how we can help.
Right. So if it is Earth, though. If it is Earth, then they've done something to the moon, because that's the only logical body that can actually be there, the moon, right?
Was there not some theory, was it like the origins of Mondas were like, was it like Mondas has always been there, and then like it drifted away eventually? It was always beside Earth.
Yeah.
And then it drifted away eventually. So could this be Mondas or Earth before it drifted away?
Yeah, I would say it's Mondas.
We will have to wait and see what happens on Sunday. Jesus. I don't know. I really don't. My head has gone into a bit of a fuzzy spin there with that trailer. So, guys, don't you even say that Cyber Leprechauns, Matthew Pounder? Right? That's insulting to leprechauns, Money Mess. Cyber Leprechauns. So, yeah, it's definitely a Garda. It's definitely a Garda, and it's definitely somewhere. We just don't know where yet. But I have to say, now, that's probably the only trailer that I've sat down and actually watched and actually said, okay, there might be something in this. But because I kind of know where he's going with this, I'm hoping that some of my theory is right, and that it turns out that, these women are just part of a jigsaw puzzle.
You see, the thing is, if you remember what Jack said, he was all about the lone saber man. He says that the resistance sent something back in time.
Yeah.
Now, the only resistance,
what he wants.
like, what resistance is he talking about? The last, is he talking about the last survivors of humanity? Because the only resistance that I know of, or that I could think of, is the resistance. Or no, sorry, it was not the resistance. Sorry, the alliance. The alliance.
Yeah, the alliance.
The only alliance I can think of is the alliance that was in the Pandoric Opens with all the villains together.
Yeah, when they set up that alliance, the treaty
for the Pandorica.
Pandorica.
So what alliance sent what back? Did they send Ruth back? Did they send the Cyberman back? God knows what it was. But I do think that Jack is going to turn up in this. I don't believe Jim that. I think Jack will be in this.
Of course he will. He has to be.
And then the master might be as well.
Don't be surprised, and I'm just going to throw this out there. Don't be surprised if a Rose Tyler or something shows up.
Oh, Jesus, not Rose again.
I'm just saying, because Chibnall, he's talking. Listen, have you noticed recently where the latest article that's come out? He's been talking about how he would love to bring back certain other companions, and he never mentioned Rose, but he mentioned
Tegan.
Amy and Rory. He mentioned what you call it. Did he mention who else?
Tegan.
Yeah, Tegan and Ace, but he never mentioned Rose, which there's Moffat, the Chibnall. They kind of think in those kind of terms. Wouldn't be surprised if they show. I wouldn't be surprised.
The only new Who companion that I would let him bring back, apart from Jack, would be Martha Jones. So
Yeah, Martha Jones.
No, for me it'd be Donna. So then she'd go up to Jodie Whittaker, stalk her, bitch slap her so hard that she regenerate back into a man.
Oh, brilliant.
And with that, because we have been nearly gone 4 hours, and I was supposed to finish an hour ago. I have to bring my little puppy down as well, and he's been very good because he has decided to stay quiet during this stream. So listen, Daniel, me live chat has actually gone dead on StreamYard. There's something wrong with my computer. I have to check it out because even last night the memory, I was watching something that said I had no memory, but then when I checked my computer, I had like a 5 gig memory. So I don't know what's going on there. I'll have to check that out, but there's something going on with the computer, so I'm just going to go into YouTube and click on this just to see where we ended up, just in case, because no super chat or anything is coming up, so I don't want to skip anybody just in case you have thrown in a super chat there, because I'd hate to live.
That's it back in mind.
No, I like this theory that you were going with about the different fragments of the Doctor. Like, could it have been where when she regenerated, it split her into 3 different sections?
Yeah, that's what my theory is. That's my theory.
And that the TARDIS didn't recognise whether the Doctor was inside or outside the TARDIS, and that's why Jodie was threw out.
Out in the first place to protect her. The TARDIS knew what was going on, and the TARDIS put a plan in place or something. I haven't figured out the theory, but that's what I reckon. The Doctor was fractured somehow into pieces, and they're not a different Doctor. They're the one person. They should be in the one body, but they're in separate bodies. So this is why this would make these. So the whole female regeneration thing is smoke screen. It would be that they're one person, that it's just that Jodie's Doctor has been fractured somehow during the regeneration. Remember, it was the most powerful regeneration that we had. It didn't actually come across like that on screen to me, but the BBC kept howling how big and explosive it was. And the TARDIS did blow up. So my theory involves the heart of the TARDIS and something and that timeless. It's all wrapped up into one, but just the end result is that they'll have to use the zero rule.
Yeah, but they'll all merge into the one body.
Yeah, exactly, to solve the issue. So
what would you do if they all merged into the one body? We ended up with Julie Graham or Joe Martin as the Doctor, and Jodie just disappeared. Don't get me wrong. I would be delighted Jodie Whittaker is gone, but I wouldn't see that coming, and that would be, you'd have to give it to the man. That would be like, okay, but is she a better actress than Jodie Whittaker? Well, already you can see that she is. I still don't with a female Doctor, but if they're going to push this female Doctor, then at least get an actress that's half decent, and that we can actually see what a talented actress looks like in the role. Julie Graham actually was very good in Sarah Jane Adventures, and I think that she would be a good Doctor.
People are asking, is she playing that character out of Sarah Jane Adventures, or is this a different character?
Nah, because it's a character in Sarah Jane Adventures was killed off at the end of the story.
Well, then there you go. So they don't even know what they're talking about when they even bring those theories up. How could you be? See, there you go. Thank you, Daniel. Say big finish expert. That's why I have you on. Brilliant. But I don't know, but that's what I think. That's my theory. That's why I called it the Castrovalva effect, because the biggest clue for me, I think, was in the episode last week. I think Chris Chibnall tried to tell us in last week's episode, because if you see the way last week's episode went, you go up the stairs, they were coming down the stairs. That was done deliberately. He's telling us what he's doing. He's just maybe as fans, maybe he's not getting the message across, but I think I have figured out. It all clicked in my head a couple of days ago, and I think I know what he's doing. And I don't think people have to worry about a female regeneration line. I think all this about the Time Lords line is a lie. I think that's all smoke and mirrors, to be quite honest.
Well, he's supposed to have had this idea since he was a kid, so it's sort of draw parallels with me here. So hopefully he has it figured out, and hopefully it doesn't mess up with what's already been established.
Most rumors are never true. Well,
I'll give you a counter claim to that statement.
Yeah.
I heard the rumor of Sacha Dhawan being the master and John Barrowman coming back as Captain Jack this time last year. So, and everybody thought that was rubbish. Now look where we are.
Yeah, I know. It's mad. It's mad. Listen, anything can happen, and I just can't wait. I can wait. I wish. Well, no, I can't. I want them to be done and over with, but at the same time, I'm dreading. But we'll just have to see what he does. But I'm hoping. I've got a funny feeling this is what he's going to do. I don't think he's going to mess with Khan. I think it's been smoke and mirrors all along. If he does do it, well, then I'll just jump out my window and you will never see me again.
Yeah, I'll be joining you.
Right. Well, then you won't see me and Daniel anymore. So Cheryl,
I'll take over the channel there.
yeah. So if there is a channel left, Cheryl will take over the new Tardis now. But let's hope Chibnall has the brains to actually not mess around with something that he actually has no right to be messing around with. Even as fans, yes, we like the idea of playing around with canon, but we would never actually break it just to make ourselves no. And that's why many people thought he'd do this, because he wants to be. And I was one of those, but there was just something, I don't know what it was about that episode. But when I watched that episode, it was like a key that unlocked information that was stored in my head from watching all the other weeks. And I pieced together a few things, and I'm being honest with you, these doctors are not separate doctors. These doctors are one of the same person. Not only one of the same person, only one of them. They're in there's bits of the doctor in 3 different bodies. Right? It's like a jigsaw puzzle.
I reckon there's stuff that's been hidden through episodes that fans still haven't figured out. I reckon there's stuff that we haven't seen.
I'm actually starting to think that now. And now here's the thing I'm debating though. Do I go back now and watch series? Do I have to go all the way back now and watch series 11 to see if I missed that? Or do I just need to watch series 12 again?
You just need to watch series 12.
See if I can pick up on more stuff.
But then you'll be kicking yourself then. You see if you don't go back and watch it, then realise then. That's the thing.
Well, I have told people on this live stream what me theory is, and I did earlier today. So if it does come true, or certain aspects of it come true, well, at least I have 27 witnesses now, and I had 50 earlier on. So, and anybody that watches this stream afterwards and one earlier today will hear what I said. So if I get at and right, it'll be interesting to see if I've got at right. I know fans are throwing theories about this being a B series to a season that was supposed to be done by, I think it was Colin Baker. Others have said, obviously the pre-Hartnell, but can't be pre-Hartnell, and Then some like myself, I said maybe she's between Troughton and Pertwee. But again, there was just something about that episode that clicked something in my head, and all this information came flooding in, and then it just brought me back to what Peter David said. See, Jodie, they focused a lot on Jodie's mind abilities, by the way.
Yeah.
In this
I just keep thinking, like, something's just popped into my head, thinking, what if it is between the second and third Doctor, or say when the second Doctor was regenerating, he actually regenerated into Ruth, and before they wiped his maid, she somehow broke free, got the TARDIS, and ran off. It's been running since from the Time Lords. Eventually gets captured after what she done with the Judoon, maid wiped, forced to regenerate again, and she ends up as John Pertwee, and that regeneration before is completely wiped off. All memories are forgotten about it, and then that's how we end up in the spearhead in space.
See, this theory, fans actually did this in a movie. They
I've seen it. I've seen that.
Yeah, they actually did an episode between Spearhead and Space and the War Games, and one of the regenerations, I think, was they did show a woman, and we actually did see a woman on the screen. So they did show a woman, but unfortunately, the woman was white. So if you were to sell this, it would have to be Jodie Whittaker's Doctor, not Ruth, and Ruth is the original Doctor.
Yeah.
Who
knows? Who knows?
Then it would work. No, because it would work because we've seen a white woman on the screen. So people couldn't argue that point. And you make a good point that if they did go down this route, well, it has been seen in the main show, and then the fans actually did an episode themselves. Now, they actually did a whole completely different thing. But if this is what Chris Chibnall is actually doing and is trying to improve on what they did and make it better, would I still be happy with that? Is you're asking?
Food for thought.
See, Marty, I don't know, because I've always grown up with the Doctor. You know what I mean? And I know it has its canon, and I know it's ignored canon sometimes, and I know it does have this female in it. We've all seen it. If you watch the War Games, you see it. You see her. She's clear, and he goes, "No, that won't do," right? So he actually said no, right? So if he is going down that route, though, it'd have to be Jodie Whittaker for it to work anyway, which means then Ruth or Julie is either the real Doctor, or, as I probably said, it's probably Sasha. You know, he's probably really the Doctor. He's just in the
You'd love to see that scene recreated, wouldn't you?
Right. See, you have to give me a new idea now. Right. So, hear me out on this. So, Jodie is that Doctor from the War Games, the face that you show. So, that's the regeneration, right? And all that you spoke about. And then they capture blah, 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 right? Then Ruth becomes the new Missy. And then Sasha becomes the new Doctor. Because remember, if you see Ruth's Doctor on screen first, she's very sassy and she's kick-ass. It'd be something more masqueresque. I mean, when she did that, she said she was the Doctor and she kicked ass. We were actually all a bit surprised now, in fairness. Come on. You weren't surprised?
Yeah.
I was really surprised. So, you know, there again, I love this. This is why I love doing this. I mean, we're on 4 hours. I said I was going to go a few minutes ago, but this is what I love about this channel and about what we do on it. We can talk about all these things, and I love it because we got 2 more there. We'll know now. We'll know half of the story on Sunday anyway.
Yeah.
Just look. Just stay away from Ireland, Chibnall, and we'll just see where it goes. I'm hoping it's not a complete train wreck. Look at, you've given us, in my opinion, you've given us 8 mediocre episodes, right? If you can go out with the last 2 and you can go out with a bang, and I mean a proper bang, and
all is forgiven,
but in a good way, and I mean in a way that'll say, "Oh fuck me, okay, all is forgiven," then fine, fair enough. But I still want you gone, because the way you went about it was the wrong way to go about it. If Because I just don't know why you haven't engaged with the fans more. Do you know what? If Chibnall had engaged with the fans more and actually kind of, obviously he's not going to give away what he's going to do, but he needed to come out after Series 11 and reassure fans. And so did Jodie Whittaker, and they didn't. And this is why they're in the position they're in now. Can he rescue this? If we're looking at this with a cold,
I'm not so sure.
no way, not a chance. It's gone. It's gone. Even these 2 episodes, even if they're mildly good, this era has been a write-off.
Yeah,
Disaster.
It has. It has. And apparently we're going to see multiple generations of Cybermen in this episode as well, by the way.
Well, do you know what Cybermen I'd love to see turn up? The 80s. The 80s Cybermen.
nah, the Tomb of the Cybermen from the Tomb.
You're the ones from like Earthshock. Excellent.
Yeah.
I'd love to see them. I'd love to see them back, but I don't trust Chibnall. I don't trust Chibnall to write them.
Yeah.
Well, in fairness, though, some of these new Cybermen designs that he's throwing out actually have throwbacks to a couple of the classic Cybermen. There's Cybermen that are a hybrid between the classic design and
these new ones.
New ones. And they're the ones I'm actually looking forward to seeing. I don't care. The lone Cyberman is ridiculous.
Shit.
We've seen the other Cybermen. They're basically the updated versions of the Cybus Industries Cybermen, looking rusty. So I want to see these new Cybermen. This is his design, right? So he's ripped off, but in saying that it's his design, he's basically ripped off a few classic elements with the new one. But he's still interested to see what they look like. And we've seen the headshot, which looks brilliant. And everybody has said that has seen that headshot. Actually, they look pretty decent. And you have to admit, when something is good, you have to admit it's good. And they look, from their head now, they look fine. So
I just hope they have good voices, new voices. But I'd love the Cybermen to have the voices that were in the Tombs of Cybermen.
You are the doctor. That one?
Yes.
Yeah, and hopefully they get rid of the Stompy stuff. Perfect, get rid of that.
Yeah. The ones that are like, you shall be like us. You're like that.
Yeah.
I'd love that. Come back.
We'll have to see what happens. But
simple dialogue. Don't make it complicated. Simple dialogue. The 60s. That would work.
That's the thing. You don't need to make it difficult, but and I mean, at the end of the day, you could still be intelligent, even with simple writing. But we will just have to say, debating if I should not watch this week and marathon the 2 parts.
Well, Chibnall says you need to watch it as soon as you can, the last episode, so I don't know what he means by that.
You know what he's actually saying as well, which worries me. He said after the first episode, you're going to need a stiff drink. And then he says by the end of it, you're going to be given answers to some questions, but there's going to be a lot more questions that will need to be answered in true Doctor Who fashion.
I do think that we're going to start setting up.
Basically, what he's saying is I've winged this so far, so I'm going to give you the 2 episodes, see where it lays, and then I'll figure the shit out next year. And that's the kind of showrunner that we have in place. He's winging it. He's a hack.
Well, I hope that he's starting to set up now in these 2 episodes the storyline for her regeneration. That's what I hope we're starting to see.
Well, as everybody knows, and Daniel will attest to this, will actually back me on this. It's common knowledge, actually, among the fans that a regeneration episode was filmed. Now,
it's special. I think it's a special.
Her replacement obviously wasn't in that scene, but her regeneration was filmed. They've always.
You serious?
Yeah. This has been last year for This broke what 7 months ago, Daniel,
What?
wasn't it?
So her final
Yeah,
scene has been
7
filmed.
months.
Our final regeneration scene has already been filmed as backup if this all went piss up.
Well, it could end up in the Dalek special.
That is it. That's the
Yeah.
one. You got it. The Dalek special is supposed to be our
Oh.
ending because we're not getting Daleks in this. And then Chris Chibnall actually even said it. Oh no, there's no Daleks in Series 12. So basically, they're in the special. Then that
Well, I wonder when this special's going to air. Is it going to be at Christmas or New Year? Because
Probably the New Year.
I
Yeah,
will
it
expect
Christmas
a
special.
press release after next Sunday's episode about what's
But
happened,
here's
similar
the
to what
thing.
happened with Series 12.
But here's the thing. Apparently, he's going to leave on a cliffhanger, right? This series. But here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
Right? The reason why they're leaving on a cliffhanger is because, obviously, as I said, now the cliffhanger the way they've filmed the cliffhanger, it'll either be Jodie continuing in season 13 or with a new Doctor. Like the ending will lead up into this special either way or the new series. But here's the thing, right? The interesting thing is if they do actually, when they do give us the special and the Daleks don't appear in that special and another monster appears, well then you can safely assume that they've actually thrown away the regeneration episode. But it's
And
there.
then it's no wonder the BBC have no money.
Seriously, it was filmed. It's there. It's common knowledge. Everybody knows about it. This is why we're actually kind of like, well, if it's already filmed now, why are you filming something if they're staying? So this is why I've always said keep the email. There is a series, an end of series review. BBC are worried. All these other fans can say what they want and they can defend the numbers and the ratings all they want. BBC know the truth. They know this show is on its last legs, and they are waiting to see how these last 2 episodes go. And then obviously, then when things settle, they'll see where all the ratings come in at, and then they will make their decision. That's why I keep telling people send in those emails, send in your complaints because BBC that'll keep them the BBC's mind. Well, there's still complaints coming in for this. Should we still hire Chibnall, or do you think we could
I
give
just
him?
think it's
But
very
they won't
funny.
sack him. This is what will happen. He'll save face. They'll say to him, listen, we'll announce that you're doing another show for us and that you're stepping down. And we'll give Jodie a new show as well. So you can save face that way. So each party is saving face. We'll bring in a new Doctor and we'll start again.
I just think it's. I just think that did Eccleston say he was going to stay for 2 or 3 years? Then he did.
Yeah.
And then he went. Yeah, that's why I keep reminding the fans of that. Matt Smith said the same thing. So I keep reminding the fans that those two said the same thing. Now, recently, Chris Chibnall has come out and said that he's staying. But again, as I have said to people, BBC haven't officially announced it. It's only those two that are coming out and saying it. And BBC haven't confirmed it. The reason why they haven't confirmed it is they're waiting until the end of this series to see how it goes, basically. And they will do an end of series review. Look at these numbers are not strong enough for them to justify Chris Chibnall staying in this job anyway.
Well, I reckon we'll get a press release. We'll get a press release at the end of the final episode, I reckon, about what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, if we do, I'll know because, as you know, on this channel, we broke some news. So if there is a press release, I will know pretty early in that Sunday before that episode actually drops next week. If there is a press release, I will know. Probably even the night before. And I'll probably get details. I'll probably get the whole press release as well, but I'll probably be told to hold on to it till obviously the appropriate time. So stick with me on that one because I might actually have the official word of what's happening because it's great when you have sources and especially when there's other YouTubers and he's all it's great because there's a couple of us out there and we've all got different sources and then we've got some of us sources in common. It's great. Press release comes in, trust me, I will Someone's speakers went there. There was a bit of an echo. Right, lads, we might as well finish it because the wife will absolutely murder me. 4 hours, 52 minutes. Guys, I hope you have enjoyed the stream. We brought it back to Doctor Who anyway for you. I hope you enjoyed that trailer as well. Listen, Daniel, as usual, thank you for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No problem at all. And Marty, it was actually a pleasure having you on, my friend.
No bother at all, anytime.
You're more than welcome to come back on. Are you going to watch the episode yourself on Sunday?
I'll watch it and see how it goes.
Right. Well, as you know yourself, an hour after the episode has aired, I do a live panel, and I always bring on a special guest. If you would like to be this week's special guest, you're more than welcome to join.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Right, no problem. What I'll do is I'll send you a message during the episode just to make sure that you're still available to do it.
Yeah, that's okay.
We will get you on the panel. Daniel, we'll get you on a panel soon as well, my friend. It's been a while since we had you on. That's why I said to you, actually, I didn't even notice your message there until I looked at my phone. I was looking at it.
And my channel, and my channel's just my name in the live chat.
Unknown is there, so if Unknown and Chris, I think, is still in the live chat. If you could actually throw up Daniel's channel. Marty, do you have a YouTube channel with videos on it, or are you just...
I don't even know. I just have a profile unless you want to subscribe to a blank profile.
Well, if you want to subscribe to his blank profile, just keep his YouTube account open, because you know what YouTube is like. Go subscribe. You won't be seeing any videos, it looks like. Unless after the weekend. You never know. After Sunday's episode, we never know. We might see a new YouTuber emerge.
You never know. You never know.
You never know. Listen, Marty, thanks for coming on again, pal. And Daniel, pleasure having them on. Two northern men and a southerner.
Not too bad.
That's not bad at all. That's not bad. Thank you, Unknown289. And he has put up Daniel's channel. Did Chris say good night? And I missed him saying good night. Did I earlier? Chris must have said good night earlier on. If he did, good night, and good night to everybody. Right, lads, I'm gonna let you go now. Because the trailers don't work properly if I keep you in on the stream. But listen, again, as I said, thanks for joining me. And thank you, everybody in the live chat as well. It's a pleasure having you all. Thank you to Jamie Daniel said he subscribed. Thank you. Don't know if he subscribed to you, Marty, or me, or maybe all three channels. But
good enough. Good enough.
You have to keep one foot at Doomcock. You're grand, mate. I'm finishing up now. You go off and do your thing with Doomcock. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to say thank you to you. That's all. Daniel, I'll say good night. I'm going to remove you from the stream now. Right?
Good night, guys.
Good night. I'll talk to you soon. And Marty, again, as I said, and I think this is the first time I've actually had you on stream.
This long, yeah.
So for your first stream, thank you. And,
no bother.
I'll see you on Sunday, my friend.
Yep. Good luck.
Right, 2 Irish men on the panel now. Yeah.
Nobody stop.
No, I didn't even need to do that. Nobody's stopping us. That's it. We keep on. We're taking over the world. We're taking over. You don't even know.
Right. Good luck. Good night. Chat to you after. Good luck.
Good luck. And to everybody that has actually joined me tonight, and Unknown289 has actually put up the complaints there again. So if you could, and I know you are probably sick and tired of me saying it by now, but I'm going to keep reminding you, just send an email to the BBC, genuine concerns about the show, let them know how you feel, Remember, there's an end of series review. It's still up in the air, man. I don't care what Chris Chibnall is saying. I don't care what Jodie Whittaker is saying. Until BBC officially announce it, as far as I'm concerned, there's still a chance. So just take that leap of faith with me tonight, guys, and for the next couple of weeks, and just send that email. I really appreciate all the support. Chris, Unknown, Daniel, who was moderating earlier on and who joined me as a guest, Matthew, all you other guys in the chat as well, Jamie. We see Jamie there as well, and we've got who else have we got? Pam, Super John, all you guys, Stephen, David travels through time. Good night. I leave you with this new outro. Pasta Salad, Unknown, who's actually one of the moderators there, is the creator. So send him some love.